let's keep it going. Figure out where we're at and what we're doing. I think I was just finished talking with Montavani, maybe. And I am still looking for the three of Dara Hunter, Ivy McLeod, and Victoria Lau, wherever they're hanging out. And we are, at this point, fairly convinced that the culprit is either Simon Coventry or Lorcan Sinnott. And it feels like Lorcan Sinnott has entirely different objectives. Coventry is the one who seems the most... seems the weirdest. Question mark? Question mark. Oh, because he's missing. Yeah, alright. Also kidnapped by the culprit. Has studied the manor grounds in detail. Okay, yeah. It does seem like it's Simon Coventry. I feel like he has been lying about a lot of things. So, that's my guess. And I don't know how we narrow that down in terms of, like, telling the game who I think it is. But yeah, we have, the time between the silent dinner and the seance, 1 hour, to go talk to Walter Blake and talk about all of the things we need to talk about. And I have until the silent dinner at 8 p.m. to figure out everything else I am going to figure out about all of the various people here. So, there's a lot of people that I haven't resolved whatever their thing is. So I should really figure out how to resolve all of their things. I did get into the women's dormitory, yes. But yeah, they are not staff. We've got that one figured out. So O'Meara, I have discussed some of these, not all of these. And I should either finish those follow-ups or talk to other people about him. Quinn, find the body of water. I gave Miss Quinn the book she's looking for. I should see if she left anything at a research station in the library. Which I did. I found the scrap of paper, which I can discuss with Quinn. I should investigate the location referred to. I can use the bathtub in the ladies on the... Okay. So I should get into the ladies' restroom on the first floor? Can I do that? That seems pretty illegal. Maybe less illegal than invading the women's dormitory in the basement. So I guess, you know, with all of the various invasions I've been doing, we can continue invading things. I can just walk in. I didn't think I was able to do this before. I think it explicitly didn't let me do this before. Less illegal than kidnapping and murder. That's a fair point. Ritual items. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter where I start. That needs to be where I end. There we go. There's a lot of this, like, portrait of ruin drawing on pictures. Oh, that's some ghosts. There go the candles. We mess up the rituals? Well, what is all this? Is she trying to summon somebody? Something? Summoning ritual. Okay. Summoning ritual! We can discuss the summoning ritual with her. That's maybe a good idea. Barbosa, we need to find out her dad's name. How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbosa? Oh, also a good question. Burial record for Miss Alessandra Barbosa Mariano. Lists only one surviving relative. Barbosa's search for information on her father has reached a dead end. This stuff we've discussed with Barbosa and hasn't produced anything helpful. So I'm not sure what to do there. Jonathan Blake, I think the next step here is talk to his son, talk to Walter. Profile the Marquess, investigate the Blake residence. Yep, investigate the Blake residence is where we're at now. As well as speak to Walter. Speak to Walter is where we're at. Okay. Dupre. Investigate the fire pit. Mr. Dupre's letter mentioned a presence near a fire pit outside. Oh, and there's more stuff in his room that I should go find. All right, well, we're nearby his room. And we have time. Which we did not the last time I was... We're not nearby his room. Where is Dupre's room? Out here. Okay, we can get to his room. The Marquess is downstairs? Do I need to talk to him? Do I have more things to say to, good old Jay Blake? A lot of opportunities to talk to you, my dude. And here you are just hanging out looking at the device. I love that for you.
Ah, Mr. Ward. How can I help?
Let's discuss some things. Memento Mori. I guess I should probably discuss this stuff. The finances is a little bit questionable. Oh, I should definitely talk about the will. Did you know that Mr. Coventry has left all his earthly possessions to Walter in his will? I can't find his accent. I have to listen to him speak again. Has he? How unusual. I suppose he has no children of his own. He must have taken a shine to the boy. Still indeed. All right, what about finances? I'm sure this is a question that you don't mind me asking. An event like this must be a real boost for the hotel's income. I think that's a little bit too thick. One hopes. But this is about more than profit, Mr. Ward. Money unrecovered is still money well spent. Your son, Walter, he keeps to himself. He is not best suited to life in a hotel, but our private residence is large enough that he is never forced to face that reality. Would he have been different had the accident not happened? His mother was certainly more social than I. Perhaps he would have learned some of that from her. Must be difficult, your son's injuries. I am not sure which is worse, Mary's death or his injuries. To know so much of his life has been taken from him. He'll never ride a horse, nor dance with the woman he loves. Assumptions? Will he find love? Will it matter if he does? Or does the Blake line end with him? I would give anything, do anything, take any risk to undo what has been done to him. I'd just like to point out at this point that speaking with the ghost of Mary is not going to undo what has been done to him. If that were an option. It's not! It's not! Maybe just stop this whole mess. Alright, well, that was, somewhat helpful. Memento Mori, should I discuss this with him? I can talk about this with Scarrett. This is a weird collection of people to discuss Memento Mori with. The fact that I can talk to Walter about this makes me want to talk to Jonathan about this. Do you happen to know about any unusual rumors afflicting the Quinn family? You're asking about the curse, of course. The curse? Well, this was a good choice. The Quinns left Ireland before my time, but they still have many holdings here. Something happened there, and a curse was put on them. I'm told they moved to England to escape it, but to no avail. They are still cursed to reach untimely ends, every one of them. There are not many left. Miss Quinn is one of the last. Wow, well that was a big deal.
Marquess Blake. Of course.
Well, while that didn't put anything on my storyboard, I do feel like that taught me a few things about what's going on with Miss Quinn. So, you know, the next time we can have an actual conversation with her, which would be the first, I have something to ask her about, maybe. Not the water closets. 7-8, is that where? No, it's the next thing over. Are you home, Mr. Dupre? Cool. That means it's my time to shine. So what did I not do here, I guess is the question. I did take the ticket. I did look at the documents. Notes. Stationery, that's not relevant. Newspaper. Schedule. Clothes. Statuette, maybe? Journal I looked at. Urn. This feels like maybe a big deal. A new urn filled with ashes. Mr. Dupre must have lost somebody recently. Fact uncovered. Alright, was that all I needed to find? He is mourning the recent loss of a friend. Investigate the fire pit. That was the thing I needed to find. Wait, who can I discuss this with? Dupre and Sinnott. Interesting. Well, that was a minute well spent. This looked weird walking out of here. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. Or maybe the house is haunted. Surely not, though, right? Like, what are the odds? Who else's house? Who else's room do we still need to look into? As long as I am looking into people's rooms. Pass on Mr. Doyle's message. Okay. I've got to show the photograph to Sinnott? So we've got to find Sinnott for multiple reasons. Coventry is still a problem. Ah, Coventry we got to talk to Walter about. Okay. Coventry is not solvable until we get to that point of no return. Victoria, I'm in process. Varley. I still have to investigate the manager's quarters some more. Interesting. What's in the safe? I looked in the safe. Did I not look in the safe? I could have sworn I looked in the safe. Maybe I insufficiently looked in the safe. And of course, we've not talked to Walter yet. So that is a thing that we need to do for sure. Alright, let's check the safe out again. Maybe there was a thing I could have clicked on and didn't because I didn't have enough time or something. Is he in here? Sounds like there's someone on the other side. Okay, so now that he's kind of on board, quick save, will he let me in to look at the safe? Or is he gonna get mad about it? Hi, Varley. No, it's just open. I'm afraid that's off limits, Mr. Ward. Okay, so I can't look at the safe while he's in here, but I can come in here and talk to him.
May I be of service, Mr. Ward?
So we can still talk to him about the finances. And that's about the only thing that feels like it's important here. I understand the hotel is in some financial trouble. It is a difficult task to keep an old house like this in good condition, let alone profitable. Even the business the Grand Séance has brought in does not make up for the cost of putting it on in the first place. Okay.
I need nothing else, thank you.
Certainly.
Alright, so he won't let me into the safe while he's in here. So let's go see if we can find Sinnit, since that'll handle... honestly, any of the, like, 4 people that we need to go talk to. Let's see if we can find literally any of them. Hisham's in the catacombs. Omera's in the graveyard. Hunter's at the stables. Ofin is missing! Alright, if Hunter's at the stables, we can go do that. Barbossa's hanging out here. Yeah, to the stables. I think we can do that now. How much like a game of high society Twister has this game evolved into? It's really still a lot more about the ghosts than it is about random rich people's problems. But there are a lot of connections to be made between these various peoples. Oh, I probably need to go talk to,
Mr. Ward, how are you?
probably need to go talk to Ivy and, Victoria before I can talk to him about this. An envelope containing all the material Miss Evelyn Dean gathered on Miss Ivy McLeod. I shan't be opening it. Okay.
I found some documents Miss Dean had on Miss McLeod and Mrs. Lau, after using the key you gave me for the catacombs. Do you make anything of that?
Knew that Dean woman was trouble. We should bring this to Ivy and Mrs. Lau.
Oh, good. He's going to assemble the team for me. That's
For all that
convenient.
trouble. I suppose you really did not imagine we'd ever just get our hands on everything to be able to just burn it away. But that's all of it, isn't it? There's nothing else.
That's everything.
Oh,
Better
I
be
could
everything.
cry.
No need for that now, lass. You're alright. Oh, but you do like to make me worry, don't you?
I'm just making sure you haven't lost your touch. Oh, but Dara, I'm sorry.
Sorry? You haven't a thing to be sorry about. But let's keep you two out of any more trouble, eh? While that sight of yours is coming back, we'll have both of you keep these with you. They'll keep you safe during that seance. I have a bad feeling about that one.
Yeah, no, the seance not that great.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. You're very good to us.
There's not much I wouldn't do for Ivy, Mrs. Loud. And now she's a grown woman. I trust her to know what's best for her.
Good. Good. Good job, Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter is an ally
So
here.
you'd best not prove her wrong in that. You understand?
Maybe trust her as well, idiot.
Dara!
Of course, Mr. Hunter. And Mr. Ward, too. You really do both have my thanks. One day, I hope to repay you.
Finally, the lesbians can lesb in peace. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, certainly. If there's anything you ever need.
I mean, if you could use that site in a way that would help me accomplish goals, that would be fantastic.
But, Ivy, I do have to talk to you. I need to apologize. You should know everything.
Alright, good. So she is coming clean. And that should handle all three of their
Get back to my
actions at once.
duties. I'll leave you be.
Yes, I think myself and Victoria have a lot to discuss now. Thank you both for your help.
You're welcome. Alright, that worked out perfectly. Miss McLeod will attend the seance, but under the protection of Mr. Hunter's ward. Having dispensed the blackmail material gathered by Miss Dean, she is now free to live in peace with Mrs. Lau. Mrs. Lau will attend the seance, protected by Hunter's ward. Having destroyed the blackmail materials, Mrs. Lau will now be able to focus on her relationship. Great. And Mr. Hunter! Mysteries solved. Yep, all three of them. Mr. Hunter will attend the seance, but under the protection of a charm. Has done all he can to protect Miss McLeod from the whims of Miss Dean. So that's 3 hits, right? Yep. Progress. Only got 3 of those. Yeah, right? What if... I wonder if we could get a few more of those charms. That seems like it'd be helpful, wouldn't it? Alright, where the hell is Sinnott? In the library. Fantastic. Let's go to the library. And that'll clean up both of my remaining actions, I think. Since I have to talk to Sinnott for Murphy and for Doyle. And maybe Quinn is in the library, so I can finally actually talk to Quinn about literally anything. Nope. Nope. That would have been too easy, wouldn't it?
Yes, my child.
Alright. I have Mr. Doyle's request. I have spoken with Mr. Doyle. Oh? I know you two were working on something here in the manor, but he has decided to remove himself from that task. He asked me to pass this message on to you. I see. I suspected as much. I knew him, you know. I married his parents and baptized him as a baby. He was a good boy, a devout boy. I asked him to help with some church business, but I did not know what this place would do to him. He's changed, lost. I see that now. Except I did that to him by sending him here. I understand and respect his need to be free. Hopefully he will return in time, on his own terms. And your task? I will try to carry on alone, I suppose. Humanity will not save itself, and Jesus had no company up on his cross. Wow, that's a hell of a simile. We shall see. Ah, now we can do a think about Sinnott, but first, I have photograph of the Murphy child. Father, I was wondering if I might ask something of you. I couldn't tell you without knowing what it is you'd ask of me. The cook, Miss Murphy, has a little girl who was taken into custody by a Magdalene Laundry shortly after her birth. She's anxious for news of her. I said I would ask on her behalf. There is so much suffering in this life, is there not? Why is it that God allows a child to be taken from her mother? Is that bond not God's plan? Is it not sacred? Well, we know what Lorcan Sinnott thinks the answer to this question is. Father Sinnott thinks the answer to this question is, we are in hell, and the suffering is the point. What agents of the divine are we, that we would do something so vile? Are we agents of the divine at all? Just slipping in the little Gnostic faith there. What you ask is outside of my power or influence, at least as you would ask it. I would enter suffering, all suffering, in my own way. By ending the world? Kind of? But that is of no use to her here, now. No, I'm sorry to say that she will not see that child again by conventional means, Mr. Ward. But we are surrounded by unconventional people, are we not? Maybe one of them has a way to see what cannot normally be seen. I should go talk to Fia. Now, go with God and help that poor girl. Alright, we'll go talk to Fia. Yep. Alright, now, let's do a think over here, shall we? Martyr. Yeah, up on the cross, right? Father Sinnott's goal is to... is to doom humanity by freeing an Aeon from the Black Iron Prison. No? Maybe just himself then? No? Save humanity? He wants to save humanity, right? Not so much dooming humanity as saving humanity. Saving humanity from all future suffering. By killing everybody. I don't know if it's by killing everybody, but something like that. It's still a very villain-coded thought line.
Father Sinnott believes he can save humanity here. I should find and confront him about this.
Man, I have seen the various, like, thought line things from Declan so often, and it's like, some of these are a big deal, and some of them are like, oh, the maid has stubbed her toe. I should find and confront her about this. It's like, come on, buddy. I get that everything is your business, but come on.
Yes, my child.
We got a confront to do. Your goal is to save humanity by freeing an Aeon from the Black Iron Prison.
If you've worked all that out, then you understand, yes?
I believe I do.
I believe I understand your faith. I'm not sure I believe the same things you believe.
You know what lies deep beneath this complex, and what needs to be done.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Good, good. For the mind is willing, but the body is weak. I was unsure I could do this alone.
Excuse me?
But no, we cannot discuss this here. Come to my room.
Father Sinnott is luring me up to his bedroom. Worrisome.
I have no idea how an Aeon came to be trapped under this complex, but nothing else explains all the strange behavior here.
Irish mythology explains all of the strange behavior here.
Ghosts? What are ghosts? A breaking of the fundamental rules of the universe. Time marches on, entropy moves forward, life becomes death. But here, it is riddled with ghosts and other aberrations. Why? Because the Aeon's presence warps reality around it. Think, child. It is a being of pure creation, absolute power.
Absolute power. What? Oh, I don't like hearing you say things like that, Father Sinnott.
Why then can't it leave? Why indeed? It must be trapped. Trapped like us in the black iron prison. Perhaps by the demiurge itself. Whatever the reason, we must free it. And I know how.
Do you?
Many good believers died to help me bring this magic up from the cold, dark depths of the Eisressenwelt caverns.
Eisressenwelt. Oh, that's very German.
The night I read about the caverns' discovery, caverns of ice
Austria,
found
sure.
so out of place in Austria, I had a fever dream.
Usually, when people have fevers, and dreams during the fevers, they don't consider them portents.
Miles inside its interior, I saw an altar of ice. The answer, I knew, was there.
Alright, keep talking, I guess.
We left at once, but it took months of digging, climbing, and searching to find the frozen shrine, buried far beyond what von Postled-Zorich had discovered of the caves.
So you're saying that you, Mr. like 90-year-old priest, or however old you are, were part of this expedition? And how many people died on this expedition in order to get you what you wanted?
It was not so grand now, having melted after who knows how long.
Synod
there I found
Fatagan. Yeah, it feels like this may be problematic, absolutely.
Behold!
Okay, I'm beholding. Oh no, he's stripping!
Sigil!
I was afraid this was gonna happen. Please put your clothes back on, Father Sinnott. No. Yeah. Yeah, what kind of reaction is Declan gonna give to this?
Worry not, child. I see the look in your eye. The fear of killing such a being.
Yes, that's what the fear in my eyes is about. Please put your clothes back on.
But you can only kill its mortal shell, that which is used to anchor it to this place. In truth, all you will do is set it free. And once freed, it will return to Monad and tell them of this place, this realm of rotten debauchery.
Oh no.
Once the true God knows of us and our plight in this prison, and of our dedication and kindness in freeing its Aeon, it will come. It will save us.
So, does the Gnostic faith account for who might have trapped this Aeon? And why it was trapped in a realm of rot and debauchery?
And we will be free.
Or are we just taking all of that as articles of faith? Oh, thank God.
Why are you telling me this? Showing me this?
He put his clothes back on.
I am not sure I have much left in me. At all.
So, this is how we release Gwibnu from whatever it is that is keeping them trapped here. Since this is... We have an Irish mythological name for this sigil as well, and it seems to be translated as release. So maybe by doing that, Gwibnu doesn't kill everybody at the seance?
And now, Seamus is gone. You know of the Aeon, the prison, our condemnation here, and now you have the sigil. Perhaps you can succeed where Seamus and I have failed. Go, child. Find the Aeon and free it. Free us all.
Declan Ward, still completely flabbergasted, still traumatized by seeing Father Sinnott's hairless chest.
No. If excuse me. I'm so tired. I do not think I have this evening's seance in me.
Mystery solved! Okay. Father Synod has passed the Aeon-killing sigil and all that it represents on to me. Is that another light? That's another light. That's 3 lights gone. The 3rd light is gone now, too. What thresholds did the lights measure? The world can certainly be a callous place, but a prison is a bit of a stretch. That sigil, though. Father Synod seems convinced it was designed to kill an Aeon. Yet it looks so similar to those I found throughout this house. I assumed these sigils were some form of Irish pagan magic. But then how did this one end up in Austria for Father Synod to find? A good question. A sigil Father Synod claims has the ability to kill a powerful otherworldly entity's body, thus freeing its soul. Miss Dean's note in her grimoire translated this name as release. Because Gnosis was stolen by an evil deity that made physical reality. Okay. Yeah, I am interested somewhat in the explanation of why they think what they think. Because that definitely is, seems like an important aspect of then acting on any of those things that they want done. Alright, well, it's not Father Synod. Let's be real here. It's not Mantovani. It could still be Toussaint, but it seems unlikely. So it's, once again, it is definitely Coventry. Simon Coventry being real evil here. Alright, so there's more to find in Varley's quarters, which is a thing I can go do right now, actually, since Varley's up in the manager's office. Not all that uncommon a notion from faiths in that era. Buddhism had a similar idea of the physical world being bad. Permanent escape from it was the ultimate goal. Oh yeah, that's samsara, right? Freeing yourself from the wheel of reincarnation. Alright. Which, okay, if that's nirvana, which one is samsara? Is samsara, like, devotional? A framed devotional of the Lord Jesus Christ on the cross. I mean, we already knew that, that Varley is Catholic or whatever. Don't remember. Okay, fair enough. A little worn. Seems like it would still keep the rain off. This is just blankets. Stick. Yes, I've seen the combination. Bed. Books. I have looked at the books. Ooh, there was a thing in the bookshelf. A collection of notes on guest movements and interactions, mostly focused on Miss Dean. Where did she go is written alongside them. It seems like Mr. Varley doesn't believe she left in the middle of the night after all. There we go. Seems like everything. Maybe it's best I move on and not push my luck by being in here any longer. Okay. Maybe samsara is the name for the wheel of reincarnation? Or whatever? Okay, so now we gotta go talk to Varley. And we also gotta go talk to Fia. Fia, we don't know where she is. Maybe she's in the hedge maze, maybe not. Let's go check the hedge maze and see if Fia's in the hedge maze. Taoist texts argue that non-action and letting nature run itself with as little human interference as possible is the way. Sure, yeah, okay. Hi, Miss Murphy. Can I actually talk with you about Fia?
Sir?
Well, scrying? No, I think I need to talk to Fia first. Okay.
I'll leave you.
Oh,
Man, there's so many topics of discussion update well scrying. Really?
sir?
Here it is. Did you know that Miss Callahan does well scrying, Miss Murphy? You think she could help me, sir? Help me see my little girl? Oh god, I don't know if I have it in me to ask. I could ask her for you if you'd like. Really? You'd... Please, sir. That would mean more than you could possibly imagine. Okay,
I'll leave you.
I was hoping that would actually just do it the same way that it did with Dara, but... A lot of faiths are pretty down on the world. That is completely fair and reasonable. Darcy's out here on her own. As usual. Fia's probably in her own room. Montavani's here. That doesn't help. Oh, there's an Irish mythology talk in the drawing room. Fia's definitely there. To the drawing room! Well, the talk's probably over by now, but maybe people are hanging out. I have another think? Wait, who am I supposed to think about? Oh, I haven't done the hypothesis yet. Yeah, alright. Let's do that. His goal is to protect the hotel, right? Protect the manor? Expose? Maybe expose Miss Dean's disappearance? To protect the... Hotel is not an option, but protect the manor from closure? Maybe conceal? What else would he be stopping? Village? Village. Maybe let's go with expose and see if that does it. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's conceal?
Mr. Varley is covering up Miss Dean's disappearance. I should find and confront him about this.
Please do not enter once a talk is in progress. Dang it. Alright, well, let's go talk to Varley. No, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, for a lot of human history, life was pretty bad for most humans. Hey, we have something to talk about, sir.
May I be of service, Mr. Ward?
You may, in fact, be of service.
Yes, I regret to say it, but you're right. Do not get me wrong, I am concerned for Miss Dean, but I have done what I can, and still cannot find her.
Sir, you have not done what you could. You hid her disappearance. If you'd alerted the police, then a proper search of this place could have been undertaken. Something may well have happened, or happened to her yet, because of your meddling.
You're right, of course. This place, this hotel, it's not just a business. For the staff, it is our home.
I mean, there's also the supernatural mind control thing that's going on. That's maybe a big deal.
This seance, the Marquess's obsession, and the money spent. We need this event to go well, or we are homeless. And if Miss Dean's situation had gotten out, we would most assuredly be in trouble. But there might be another way, one that frees us from the fate of this seance.
Okay, go on. I'm always interested in another way.
You see, there are rumors of treasure somewhere on the estate.
What the heck? Where is this
Potentially
coming
of
from?
gold from the mid to late 1600s.
Suddenly treasure? There has been no hints of this anywhere. I agree that finances has been a problem, but a literal treasure hunt?
Grania, the wife of the original Marquess Edward Blake, she did not choose to be with him.
That's fascinating.
She had hoarded a sum of money, intending to use it to escape her husband. She stabbed him in his sleep, but he awoke and managed to live long enough to kill her.
Wow, that is some Blake history I was unaware of.
They died together, and the treasure has not since been found.
Maybe the treasure is the topless old priests we met along the way. I think you might have the word treasure mixed up there. You might have meant travesties.
If that's true, and that stash of gold is somewhere on the grounds, then finding it might just be enough to save the hotel.
You think you're the first person to think of this? You think nobody from the 1600s to now, the year of our Lord 1897, nobody has thought about this and found this treasure?
I've had no luck, obviously. But you might be able to find it.
You don't think smarter people than Declan Salt of the Earth Ward have been looking for this treasure?
It's certainly possible. If that will stop you from hindering this investigation, then I will see if I can help.
Take this. It was found in what remained of the lady's personal belongings, but I've never discovered what it unlocks. It's not much, but it's a start.
What? You just have this key? Alright, I know what door this unlocks because I've been in the catacombs. But okay, sure. I guess I'll go find this treasure for you? Three hours should be enough. I could do it in a minute. Mr. Varley's key bears a symbol that matches the one on this door. I wonder. Yup. It's just a chest! Just a literal chest full of treasure. Nobody's ever found this door in 300 years. Okay, this is a weird turn. Séance of Blake Manor. This is a wild turn of events. But okay, whatever you say. Yeah, that's a lot of Cheerios. A chest packed tightly with jewelry and other valuables. No doubt Mr. Varley will want to see this. I'll just scoop up that chest. I'll put it in my inventory. Easy. Was the key lost behind the couch cushions? The door. The door was lost behind the couch cushions this whole time. I don't know where Varley got the key from. That's a real question. The fact that nobody else had both key and door in their knowledge is insane. But okay. Sure. He's like, you know, I heard there's treasure in this house. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I know where that is. I'll go get that for you.
May I be of
Unbelievable.
service, Mr. Ward?
Mr. Varley, it appears you were right about that lost cash.
Let's discuss this further in my office.
You're already in your office, sir. Literally already in your office, but okay. Have it your way. Dude, that cracked glasses makes him look like a
I'd
Superman
hoped
villain.
It really existed, of course, but I owe you a great debt, Mr. Ward.
I wouldn't want to put another one on you. I think you've had your fair share. I believe you've been given the blessings of the woman who hid the money too. I think now you just need to put it to good use.
The blessings of the woman who hid the money. Do you? Why would you believe that?
I most certainly will. Thank you, sincerely.
And, Mr. Varley,
Sir?
never risk another guest's life. Not for any reason. Because I will find out. And I will have this place shut down.
That's right! Union activist Ward! Here to show you the way!
Understood.
What the hell, man? All of
Now,
this.
if you would excuse me, I have plans to make. Perhaps I'd best work while the séance happens, to take advantage of the Marquess being distracted. Everything should be in order already anyway.
Mystery solved! Mr. Varley will no longer be attending the séance. Mr. Varley has received the treasure hidden in the Manor's catacombs, and may now use it to save the hotel from closure. Okay. Alright, this is actually starting to look maybe realistic. That, that we can fully resolve all of the other quests before the silent dinner. Because that was like 6 of them in the space of under 20 minutes. Okay, I have to do the reflection thing. Tell me about now
Of
what?
Service, Mr. Ward.
Now what, Mr. Varley?
What will you do now?
That all depends on what comes next. I do not know what to expect from this event, if anything. Perhaps we'll see an influx of guests and everything will be okay. But if not, there is money there to keep the place afloat and its occupants safe. Either way, I suspect we are all long due a holiday.
Alright, works
I
for me.
need nothing else. Thank you.
Certainly.
Alright, let's see if Fia's in her bedroom. Because at this point, the remaining mysteries are... Murphy needs me to talk to Fia, and I have no idea what to do about Joyce. I still have no idea what to do about Joyce. Atone. Help find a way for Mrs. Joyce to repent for her actions. Maybe if I talk to her, there'll be a thing? I don't know, man. Alright, yeah, let's find out if he is in her room. And then if she is, we'll quick save and find out whether or not I game over by barging in on her. Since knock on the door is apparently not a legal action. Closet, not what I'm looking for. This... Father Synod. Where am I? Oh, it's the next corridor down, next to Dupre's room. Dr. Callahan? Miss Callahan. Okay, if she's not in her room, where do we think she is? I think she's in the drawing room, but I can't go in and check. She's the one giving the talk, isn't she? Alright, we'll have to find her in the next hour. Since I can't go into the drawing room while the talk is ongoing. Which is unfortunate. Which means let's find Dupre? Or O'Mara or Quinn. Well, O'Mara's just hanging out. Where is O'Mara hanging out, actually? I saw him. In the graveyard, as always. Just spending all his time in the graveyard. That's our O'Mara. I don't know why this is his deal, but apparently this is his deal. The boy who talks to angels. And apparently likes to commit almost suicide. Likes to commit attempted suicide in order to try and talk to angels. That doesn't seem like it's working out too well for him. Alright, so we'll spend some time talking to O'Mara and see if that gets us anywhere, since Profile O'Mara is the last thing on the list for him. I guess we could be asking other people what they think of O'Mara, but...
You again?
Always me, buddy. Soul jars. I guess we should ask him about the soul jars. Or maybe the laudanum? Do you use laudanum often, Mr. O'Mara? Are you about to tell me you're a doctor? You're not my doctor. My doctor is sick of me. It's a bad habit, I know. But I'm not here to be cross-examined. I have some dangerous pastimes. Injury is to be expected. Alright, let's talk to you about these two things. I wanted to compliment you on your clothes. It's fine attire. You noticed, did you? You've an eye for it, then. It's not nearly so showy as I could get away with. But who's to care? Not me. I'm the one wearing it. Once I like what I'm wearing, I don't see much point in showing it off. There are grander things to be concerned with, really. Your cane. I hope it's nothing too serious. Ah, I was showing off while horse riding. I thought you just said that you don't like showing off. What was I going to do when the mare spooked? Scared the daylights out of everyone, but I came out of it all right. Aside from this, with luck I'll be shot of it eventually. Angel sketches? We talk about angels with this guy. Do you believe in the concept of guardian angels? Very much so. And I'll tell you why. I have seen mine. When I had the accident that gave me this cane, I witnessed it in the peripheries of my vision. My own guardian angel. And I've seen it since. I even know its name. Well, sort of. I found allusions to it in dreams, old symbols burnt into my mind. Surely the angel put them there. Who else, after all? Just, if I could translate it, I could call it here. I know it all sounds a bit, well, crazy, doesn't it? That's faith for you. Wow. Okay. Do you know anything about soul jars? Practical magic and artifacts isn't really my sort of thing. But actually, as it happens, yes. They're used for holding, well, souls. Life essence and what have you. Damned hard to find, or so I'm told. Wait,
I'll be
who?
off.
Don't let me.
Who was it who gave him the soul jars? Soul jars. It's discussable with Hisham. Hisham did it. It was Hisham, who's hanging out in the catacombs somewhere? How do I get out of here? Where is Hisham right now? Yeah, in the catacombs. Of all the places, but sure. I guess she's technically still looking for the vase? But okay, that means I know where to find her. So that's convenient. Or would still be looking for the vase if I hadn't found the vase for her. So her timetable just hasn't caught up with that, I guess. And she needs to be accessible, so she can't just be in her room. It says she's in the catacombs, but I don't see her down here. She's not on the map. If she's not on the map, I don't think she's actually in here. The map is pretty good about updating once I go into a zone. Feel like this is a bug? It could be. It could very well be. Since I solved her thing already, and the timetable's just not updated. Maybe the timetable's just not updated since her thing got solved. But that's okay. Time doesn't pass until I interact with things, so looking around here doesn't cost me much. But that means we have no real clue where she is, other than wandering around and hoping we find her. She's probably not in the drawing room. She's probably just in her room. I guess this is another place where we can try barging in on her and see if it works. Where is her room? Drawing room. That's Barbosa. Ah, Hisham's in the library. And I know this because I am psychic? Because I've been in here this hour. Here we go. Tell me about canopic jars.
Mr. Ward, you need to talk to me.
I do, in fact. Does the term soul jar mean anything to you, Miss Hisham? Well, it's not technically my field of expertise, but they are jars used to capture the essence of living beings. Not all of them, of course. Soul jars were part of funeral rites in the East, and no, real-world effect. But I suspect here you are asking about the magical type I outlined. I am. Okay, well, that was not helpful.
How are you feeling now?
I feel like myself again. Like when a cold has passed by. I am restored. But the face... What magic was that? How does something like that work? What did Wilhelmina get up to when she left here? Was it Nectanebo who had taken a hold of her body at the time? Or some Gin? And what damage have they done? I feel
Real
like these
questions.
things may become my next obsession.
You're the type of person who needs an obsession? I could believe that. Okay, how about I just ask you about Cathal O'Mara? Have you spoken with Mr. O'Mara? Yes. In fact, we corresponded before the event. His father deals in antiques, and I have found myself working as a go-between. This has put me in touch with some members of the Golden Dawn who seek more mystical wares. Many of them are satisfied with any pot if it's old enough, and the merchants in Cairo are always happy to relieve them of their gold. I am rambling. Mr. O'Meara reached out through a previous client and wanted something more interesting. An interesting challenge that I happily overcame. That's not enough. The catacombs have a person that I can discuss them with, but it's locked? Interesting. Why is catacombs locked? We should talk about the catacombs some more. You seem like the right person to discuss them with. What brought you to the catacombs? Curiosity, the same as you, but I have not had much luck. What a terrible place. What things took place down there? What might be down there still? Well, that's not helpful either.
I'll leave you be.
May Allah guide you.
Profile Mr. O'Meara. But I have now discussed all of this stuff with him. So profile him is speaking to him or other guests about him and searching the manor. So there might still be something else to find out in the manor that I just haven't found yet. Maybe I can do a world mythology look at soul jars? Religion? Copies of the Bible sit here with core texts of other faiths. It's interesting to see this so openly displayed. To some, this would be blasphemous. Is there anything I want to look up? No, I don't suppose there is. A mix of guides on spiritual matters, guides for making contact, and a record of supposedly real encounters with the afterlife. Medic Order of the Golden Dawn. Yes. Fetters? Maybe fetters. Soul trapping, or the unwillful binding of souls to inanimate objects, is a phenomenon that has been recorded throughout history and across the known world. One such instance occurred during an expedition to Egypt, conducted by Lord Thomas Blake of Doon. A number of what locals termed soul jars were unearthed near a tomb and were brought to Dublin by Lord Blake for further examination. In a drunken stupor, Lord Blake's young apprentice Harry Arnold cracked his skull on an ancient tablet in Blake's office and died almost immediately. Lord Blake, upon hearing the lad's anguished screams, ran to the office to find his apprentice's lifeless corpse bleeding out on the bench. The screams, he soon realized, were coming from one of the soul jars, and to quell the wailing, Blake ordered that the jars be destroyed. Whoa. Elsewhere in the world, there are stories of the souls of the recently departed being tied to objects of strong emotional significance. These objects, known as fetters, can take any form. Fetters as small as a needle and as large as a carriage have been documented across the world. Some spiritualists theorize that even entire buildings or areas of land can, under specific circumstances, become fetters, though no evidence of such a phenomenon has been found thus far. Thus far?! Yeah, well, this is... okay. This feels like it's very pointedly related to what is happening right now. Others disagree with this assertion. They argue that the force of emotion needed to tie souls to something as large as a building, or as intangible as an area of land, would be, frankly, inhuman. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, this doesn't get me any closer to Cathel's thing. O'Mara. What else can we work on then, if we're not getting any closer to Cathal O'Mara? We can figure out where the hell Quinn is. Quinn's probably in the drawing room. I think I saw that, actually. No, Quinn's not in the drawing room. Dupre's in the drawing room. That's the problem. The bar is locked. Father Senate is in his own room. Is that Quinn? That's Quinn, hanging out in the corridor. What? Is it because she heard the ghosts wailing? Am I going to get to have my first actual conversation with Quinn? That is then going to get cut off because the hour approacheth?
Hello, Mr. Ward. How's the day treating you?
All right, literally our first opportunity to make this discussion. So let's do a discussion. What do I want to talk to you about? Let's talk about the summoning ritual first and foremost. So, Miss Quinn, summoning ritual, is it? Accidentally found yourself in the ladies' bathroom, did you? I should have cleaned up, of course. I'm just so bloody frustrated. I need a moment. So close, but yet. Anyway, you need not concern yourself. I will clean my components before another lost soul finds it. Well, that's not helpful. What do I need from you?
Farewell.
What are we trying to accomplish here? What are my leads here? I guess I should ask her about the paper. I've investigated her room and found a memento mori. So those seem like good topics of conversation, since I don't have like a profile or anything. There's also the Dean stuff, actually. If that's a thing I can talk to Miss Quinn about. Wait, is it? It is. What are these things, though? Missing pages from Dean's journal. Quarantine is attending the seance. I should have expected to see her here, of course. She had kept such a low profile after our disagreement. I should have been a more loyal friend, but I had to view that book while I could. I didn't think she cared so much for standing. Okay. Well, that's a decent topic of conversation
Hello,
then.
Mr. Ward. How's the day treating you?
Memento Mori seems like a reasonable topic of conversation here. Are you the sort to keep death mementos, Miss Quinn? At a certain point, it's all you can do. I have many. I keep my brother, Alexander, particularly close. He didn't die long ago. I miss him terribly. Did you leave this behind in the library, Miss Quinn? That is my handwriting, certainly. It looks like... it's one of my notes. Magical theory. I'm beyond the theorizing part now. Well, that didn't get me much further, did it? I gather you and Miss Dean had a falling out of sorts. I suppose that is a way to describe it. I do not make friends easily, Mr. Ward. I have a great deal of responsibilities, and I'm left with little time for socializing. Evelyn came to me for help deciphering a grimoire, an ancient tome of spells, that being my specialty. I liked her. She was curious and sharp, and she was exciting to be around, chaotic, which was a nice break from how ordered the rest of my life was. We fast became friends. Then one of her friends in the Order showed up with a Sufi who had, or claimed to have, an original copy of the Picatrix, with annotations not copied into later editions. She had to see it, of course, and all she needed to do was to steal them, some of my books, as payment. And denounce me publicly, too. though I still don't understand the why of that. To stop me coming after her, I suppose. I couldn't, though. I was heartbroken. I washed my hands of it all and returned to my work. It would have been wiser to stick to my books in the first place. Wow, okay, that is kind of a big deal. We could discuss the regional research. We could discuss the seance. Let's discuss the seance. Did you really come all this way for this event? Well, it's a touch more complicated than that, but yes, essentially. Are there not seances in London? Plenty. The draw of this one is the timing, the location, and the medium. Halloween is when the veil between the living and the dead is lowered, and the manor's already haunted. And Carmela Montavani is reputed to be among the best of her sort. Besides, my family are from this area. We have holdings here. I can do some work while here. Important work. Well, I can't talk to you again right now. And none of this got me anywhere. Alas. Bing bong! The bar opens. Cool. Do we think Fia's gonna be hanging out at the bar? Do we know where Fia is? Nope. But we know some people are in the hedge maze. We still didn't find out more about Barbossa's dad, either. Where? That's a thing that we have to figure out, actually. Inez. How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbossa? And then the name of Shay's real name. Very little of these things are things that we can discuss with other people, though. The burial record we can discuss with Dupre. So I guess we just ask people about Barbossa? People who know Dean. We should ask people who know Dean about Barbossa. So maybe Quinn is a good person to ask. If I can find out where Quinn is. Not in the library, apparently. Alright, let's see if Fia's in her room. We're also looking for Dupre. We still want to talk to Dupre. Nope. Nobody home. Dupre, we don't know where Dupre is either. Don't know where anybody is. Barbossa's in the telegraph room. Doyle's in the bar. Coventry's in the walled garden. Erickson is hanging out in the hedge maze all by her lonesome? That doesn't seem right. Alright, let's check out the hedge maze then. You're still just hanging out here? Watching the thing drop as I talk to people? Sorry about your seance, Mr. Blake, but it was gonna kill everybody. And that's, you know, that's no fun.
Good day.
Hello, sir. Anything I can do for you?
I think we still just have to talk to you about stuff. I found these old columns with a name circled. My name, as it happens. You really put in the work to hire me. I have to ask, why? You seem truly unnerved by this seance and all its guests. Why help Miss Dean? Truly, sir. I think I'm still trying to understand that for myself. Even now. How much of her nature is hers? How much of it is the devil's whispers in her ears? How do I know if a woman deserves to die, detective? Some sinners are beyond redemption, sir, but I'm certain others can still be saved. I just have to pray that I'll know the difference between the forgivable and the irredeemable. Did you take this parcel of money for Miss Dean's belongings? Well, sir, I hardly had the money to pay you out of my own pocket, now did I? And Miss Dean was very well off, do you know? I can't imagine she'll mind the cost. I suppose. You went to a lot of trouble to get this, didn't you? But you didn't even sign your name on my hiring letter. Oh, this event is very important for the hotel, sir. If Mr. Varley knew there were a detective snooping about the guests, he's just going to have to put up with it now anyway. None of this is really getting me where I wanted it to get to. A lot of random things I can talk about, but none of them seem to help with a tone. Maybe the Murphy child? Miss Murphy's been confiding in me about her child, Mrs. Joyce. Do you know anything that could help her? Please, sir, keep your voice down. Oh, that poor girl has been beside herself. The Lord certainly works in mysterious ways, gifting her a child with a father like that. Not that you'd call him a father. Good riddance, I say. Why, our Circe took a shining to him. But look, those things happen. I'll not condemn a girl simply for chasing her heart the wrong way. Especially not one as kind and bright as our Circe. Yeah, this still isn't getting me anywhere.
God bless you, sir.
Solid tries, but nothing that seems to put it all together. Well, that's a conversation, isn't it?
So, if I might ask, do you ladies find yourselves at events like this often?
Quite often. I've attended more than my fair share. Mostly in London, but not always.
But an entire week, with the ultimate goal of some grand ritual. Nothing like this has ever been done before.
It seems more the venture of one of the secret societies than that of a seer.
That's true. I think that's why we found it so enticing.
Then you're not of a society yourselves.
A society.
No. I have a gift. And I enjoy the company of those who would believe it. And Victoria and her infinite patience is here at my behest.
It's not patience. After all, this has been a more interesting week than I would be having otherwise.
Sure. Alright, well that is some amount of information. Coventry. Yeah, the rain is a lot to just be standing in, for sure. Alright, so who's Erickson out here chatting with? That's the question I have. Oh, she is just standing here alone. What? Oh, okay. Fia's at the well. That helps. That helps. Fia is, as usual, at the well. Where the hell am I? This maze. Toussaint's out here also, if I needed to talk to him. Which is also an as usual? Alright, Fia. Let's have you and me resolve this thing.
Declan. Aren't you fierce good coming back to see me?
Sure. I have a thing for you. If you don't
think
mind.
you'd be able to lead Miss Murphy in well scrying? It would do her good to see her daughter. But the Magdalen Laundry that took her child, they won't share any information.
I can think of no better cause. You tell Miss Murphy I'm ready whenever she is. And to meet me at the well.
Oh, heck yeah. Okay, good.
There you are. Come here now. Have you done this before, Alanov?
Alanov. Sure. Whatever you say.
No, miss. I've never... I didn't know it would really work. Does it? It most certainly does. Come here and stand beside me. You'll want to look into the well and try and get your thoughts calm. Take all the time you need. Deep breaths. There. Now, I want you to think about your daughter. Do your best to picture her in your mind. Look at that. There you go. That's
It worked.
her? She has your eyes, does she not?
Aww.
She looks all right. She looks well. Oh, I was so worried.
I feel like this is the only actual note of happiness we have seen this entire game. Like, actually a good ending for someone. As opposed to saved from peril. Like, something positive has happened for Cersei. Which, admittedly, if anything is positive is going to happen for anyone, Cersei deserves it. After all the crap she's been through, but...
I hope you'll get to see her again someday. But until then, I can show you how to do this for yourself too, you know.
Ah, exactly the thing you were trying to learn from Miss Dean.
You... Really? I've no words. That'd be... Thank you. So much. It's no trouble at all, sweetheart.
Well, good. To love that child so much, she'd scarcely met her before they were separated. Separated in God's name. Did the Lord not die for our sins?
It doesn't ease the hurt in my heart to see her. But it does with the guilt.
Oh, good.
I didn't know how heavy that was sitting on my soul. Now that I know she's okay, I think I can rest.
Why don't you take some time, Miss Murphy, and rest? I think we can handle the seance without you.
If you're sure, sir, I do feel weary from all this.
Voice director in you is bothered by the weird pause between no and trouble. Sure. Alright. Miss Murphy was able to use well scrying to see her child and will continue her studies in magic under Miss Callahan. Great. Fantastic. Dirty laundry. Okay, so now we can talk to Fia about her reflection.
Ah, Declan.
Which, where is? Here we go.
Satisfied?
Oh, gods, no. The seance is still going ahead. Damage will still happen.
I'm doing my best.
But we've protected the well. And I think a rift between Rory and I is mended.
Good.
Ah, Declan. I'm so proud of him. What a fool I was to be such a stick in the mud. I should have trusted his new ways. And, in doing so, had faith in myself as a teacher.
Maybe a little bit of faith, yeah.
I guess one always worries they've not done enough to prepare their young'uns.
I mean, trusting new ways is something that comes slowly. I understand that. But that's definitely a thing that you could have been a bit more open-minded about.
But you have to let them fly, I suppose. And Rory, he soared.
That's good. Do we have other conversations that we need to have here? I mean, some of this stuff is like, okay, if I'm not worried about time, I want to have these conversations. But since I am worried about time, maybe I don't want to have some of these conversations. Oh, I do want to know about the Milesian bloodline stuff, considering I can only have these conversations with a few people. Did you know that Miss Dean hails from a powerful Milesian bloodline? That's what I've been hearing, at least. Does she now? That little... No wonder she... Oh, I've no time to spend on bitterness, Declan. I'll hope she miraculously puts it to good use, and leave it at that. Well, that's not helpful. I wanted to know more about other powerful Milesian bloodlines. I guess Dupre is a good person?
Now, Declan. And don't forget to get a bite to eat into you. It's going to be a long day.
We could talk to... Where the hell is Dupre, actually? Maybe he's in the bar. He's certainly not in the hedge maze. Maybe somebody's in the churchyard? I know Cathal should be in the churchyard. Not that that helps at the moment. We can poke our head into there and see what shows up on the map. Dupre does hang out in the graveyard sometimes, so maybe. Nope, just O'Mara. I guess I should be asking people about O'Mara, huh? Since my goal right now for O'Mara is still to profile him. Erickson is a pretty knowledgeable person about all these people, right? Erickson seems like maybe a good person to ask. For all that she has no magical skill of her own, she is pretty up to date on who else does.
Again? What else could you possibly want with me?
I wanted to ask you about... Well, this place is wildly unsorted. Have you met Mr. O'Mara? Oh, that boy. He's absolutely fascinating. It's not often I get to talk to someone who has dealings with angels. He might even be the first. I wonder if he might consider joining the Golden Dawn. They'd be more than happy to have him. Even with his reputation for being a bit of a daredevil, now that I say it aloud, I wonder if there's a link between his gift and his recklessness. Well, that unlocked a bunch of things, dang.
Goodbye now.
She was a good choice. Somebody else? No, just O'Mara. Okay. He has paraphernalia to commune with angels. Thrill Seeker. Clandestine meeting. Which I have talked to everybody except for O'Mara about. Alright. What do we have? I mean, he does want to summon an angel. And trap it. So that he can stop risking his life? Aha.
Mr. O'Mara wants to trap an angel. I should find and confront him about this.
The thrill-seeking was the key. The recklessness. Alright, good. Now I don't have to think about goddamn Cathalomera. We can deal with this and move on. How do I feel about the Golden Idol-like completion at this stage of the game? It's fine. Most of the time it hasn't been... most of the time it hasn't revealed anything surprising. Although there have been a couple of points where I mentally hadn't put together all of the things that the word search stuff wanted me to put together. So seeing the words that were available was like, oh, that's what we were aiming for. So I guess it's probably doing what it's supposed to. And I respect that.
You again. Am I so easily read? Oh dear. I'm not much for secrets, but I'd rather have some mystique.
Yeah, it is not that complex, which I think is okay. Again, okay for what it's trying to do. Like the part of the game, the part of the mechanics that it's trying to manage.
Apparently that's not at all the case, as you've got me pinned. Ah, well. It's true, after all. There's an angel somewhere about me. I know it. But I can only ever see it when I am, well, close to death.
Is that what the laudanum's for?
If only I could speak with it. Find out what it is at once. But I never get more than a few moments. A few words.
Yeah, it is not a difficult puzzle game. The difficulty in the puzzle is elsewhere.
But I can't continue on like this. I'm not entirely heartless. If something more permanent were to happen to me, my poor mother.
Huh.
So, whatever it is behind that veil of life, yes, I intend to seize the thing, to take a hold of it and get my answer. For better or worse.
Okay.
That's the idea, anyhow. But I cannot get to the thing. And I'm going absolutely spare trying to make it work.
The runaway solve I've been doing in this stream is kind of jarring after the slow burn early on. You've been in and out of the stream, so I'm not sure how much of that you've caught. But yeah, it's a lot of build-up until you figure things out about a bunch of people at once. And what I found early on is that the actions is what was piling up. And now, after having hit so many different pieces, I'm like one piece of information away from unlocking that extra step with most of the people. So it's like I've spent a lot of time putting it together in order to get to this point of being able to solve it. And that's fine to me. I'm not worried about that. 'Cause like it doesn't feel to me like the point of the game is to intersperse the various kinds of puzzle solving. Like the point of the game is to figure out the seance, right? And each person has a mystery about them that helps you figure out more about what they're doing and why they're here. And yeah, it doesn't bother me that I spent a lot of time gathering information before I was able to put it together. That doesn't bother me at all.
Maybe... would you help me with it? While the veil is low, I mean, and with more eyes on it, this might be my best chance. Come to my room and see if you can help. After all, your senses were sharp enough to figure me out.
All right, I guess we are being invited up to another eligible bachelor's room.
Here.
Babel
This
stone?
is a Babel stone. It's used to translate Enochian,
Huh.
the language of angels. Do you think you can figure out how it works? It's a matter of translation, I think, for a name. The notes are here in my trunk.
Oh, now we have another, like, move the pieces around in order to solve the puzzle? Okay. The notes are in my trunk. This would be the notes. Yes, use the Babel stone. Okay, it's just a direct one-for-one thing. Great, yeah. No? That's not... Oh, there's no dot. The script reads Swibney. This must be the name of the angel. I should inform Mr. O'Mara that I've deciphered his notes. Okay, so the bit where people have been spending their entire lives on trying to do a thing, and I come in, and it's like, you know, like a second grade level word solve, or like, you know, draw the line to connect these three things. And then I solve the thing for them. Like, that's a bit much.
Any joy, Mr. Ward? The notes for the Babelstone are just here in my trunk.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you about Swibney.
I think your angel's name is Swivna.
Swivna? All right, I'll try it. You'll stay, right? You couldn't possibly leave at this stage.
He hands me the Rosetta Stone, is like, what do you think these letters mean?
Okay.
It's like,
So
well,
we've drawn
I
the
think the
trap.
letters mean what they say they mean.
Now, I just say the thing's name. Swivna, come to me, O angel of mine.
Whoa.
It worked. You have been what stands on the brink of life and death, shining down on me. You are the thing that I've seen, the light. You have been what I couldn't reach. But now, I can see you. I can see you. I am sorry. I was going to trap you and keep you to myself, to bask daily in your glory, for selfish joy. But I see now. I will clean up my act. I will preserve myself and spread your word.
Wow. Mr. O'Mara immediately converted.
You have my heart and soul. I am your agent and await only your direction, my angel, my friend. It is gone.
Dang. Well, that worked out well. To be a gym level puzzle, the translation note pages would be spread among the library, the catacombs,
Thank you, Mr.
and
Ward.
Miss Quinn.
From
And
the
some
bottom
drama
of
where
my
the
heart.
tablet is stolen, changed hands, recovered, in an ancient language with unclear grammar rules that he has to figure out along the way. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. That would make this an 80-hour game, but that sounds like a good time. You're welcome, Mr. O'Mara.
I knew I could only carry on as I was for a short while longer, but I could not stop myself. I needed to see, to know, and you have helped me truly open my eyes.
Too bad you still can't make eye contact with anybody, but okay, you're welcome.
It's hard to explain such a revelation in oneself. I'm a different man to the one I was even 30 minutes ago, that much I know. But who I am now, that's yet unknown to me. I don't know whatever journey I've just started, but for the first time in a while, I'm thrilled by the very prospect of it.
All right. We gave Mr. O'Mara his life back, apparently.
I believe Swivna, wants me to attend the Séance still. Swivna wants to witness it. Maybe through me? I don't know. However this works, I get the impression that something will happen there. I feel as if I will be safe. So I guess this is a warning for you and the others?
Yeah, trust me, I'm doing my best, buddy.
But now, I need to sit down. Would you kindly see yourself out, Mr. Ward? And again, thank you.
Mr. O'Mara will be protected by his angel during the seance. Alright, good enough. Mr. O'Mara has met his angel and pledged his life to it. Beam. One less dot. We're doing great. Touched by an angel. The lad has a decent heart underneath it all. But still, I worry for his future. That angel is unlike anything I could have imagined. It was beautiful, divine even, but heavenly? Can't say for certain. What manner of angel lures someone to their own death? I pray its intentions are pure. Perhaps I should try to learn more of this angel of his, Swivna. Library topic unlocked, really? Okay. I'm curious to look up some Swivna. Tell me more. So, how do you feel about the thing just dropping in front of your very eyes, Marquess Blake? How's that working out for you? This isn't where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go to the library. Spent so much time avoiding the ballroom that now that I can go into the ballroom, I finally taught myself to go into the ballroom. I'm going into the ballroom instead of the library. Thought I had this map figured out, but, maybe barely. Alright, religion. Tell me about Swivna. None of these things are Swivna. Do we think any of these things hold information about Swivna? None of these things are Swivna either. Irish folklore? Maybe. Is that an Irish name? Might be. Yup. The Madness of Swivna tells the story of Swivna Mac Coleman, a king of the Dal Naridi. That's definitely not how you pronounce that. It's probably Dal Nari or something like that. A region in the northeast of Ireland, who tried to expel Bishop Ronan from church activities on his land. Swivna eventually attempts to murder the bishop, and succeeds in killing the bishop's psalmists with a spear. In response, Bishop Ronan cursed Swivna that he would wander the land like a bird, and second, that he would eventually die by the spear, just as he had killed the monk. The tale describes how Swivna wandered the world as a madman, moving from tree to tree, until he eventually dies in the very way the curse was detailed. Throughout his mad wanderings, Swivna occasionally stops at each location to recite a poem. Some say that anyone who sees the bird or hears the poems will themselves be driven to madness. Wait, like a bird or as a bird? Like he's been turned into a bird? Or... because this sees the bird versus as a madman. Wow, that's a lot. I guess in terms of figures in Irish mythology that would look like biblical angels, someone that got turned into a bird and drives people mad with their poems is probably a decent fit. Look up the washerwoman? The Bani. I think I've read this before. An instance of the other folk providing unwelcome news without exhibiting aggression or violence. The apparition is said to appear before battle, where she will be seen washing the bloody armor of those to die, as if they are already dead. It is said she appears at battlegrounds as she feeds off of grief. Perhaps this is why she shows visions of those to die. Alright, well that went well. How many more is there? I still haven't figured out what to do with Joyce. So we're left with Quinn, Barbosa, Dupre, and goddamn Coventry. And Coventry requires me to figure out what to do with Jonathan and Walter. So Quinn, Barbosa, and Dupre are the things that we can actually do right now. How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbosa? So we should ask people who know Miss Dean if they know Miss Barbosa. That seems like a good step. Starting with Miss Quinn, since I have more stuff to talk about Quinn, right? No, I don't have any next steps here. This is weird. I don't know what to do if I'm out of next steps. Dupre is investigate the fire pit. I guess I should figure out where the fire pit is. Where is she? Did I lose her on her arrival because this is where she wanted to be laid to rest? Even the fire pit outside. Is the fire pit outside in the gardens? Is that why he's always in the gardens? Let's see if we can find the fire pit. Let's see if that's in the gardens. Hang on, we have a reflection to talk
Sir?
about.
Do you think you'll meet Miss Callahan to scry again?
Yes, definitely. She even said she'd be willing to keep teaching me what she knows. I'm so filled with thanks. I could see my little one anytime I'd like. And with magic, I might finally have some say in my own life now, sir.
I guess it makes sense that this is what it takes for Cersei to actually feel empowered. Feel like she has any agency.
You arranged it all, didn't you? Thank you. You didn't have to.
No, don't mention it, miss. I'm glad I could help.
I'm just so glad to see my little girl again.
Actually, tell me about Joyce, if you will. How do you find working with Mrs. Joyce? Oh, she's very nearly a mother to me, sir. Kept me right all these years. Though sometimes I worry that... It's okay, miss. Sometimes she may not be my mother, sir. But sometimes I worry I'm not a very good daughter to her. If she knew that I... Well, it doesn't matter now. Suppose it doesn't.
I'll leave.
Oh, all right, sir.
Yeah, I haven't figured out how to get Joyce to atone, and now I don't have a lead for Quinn. And then after all that, there's still Dupre, which I can follow up on, and I don't have a... Like, I have a lead on Barbosa, but I don't know how to follow up on it. A bit of a messy situation. I don't trust anything Coventry has to say. Is this the fire pit? Is this where he's been hanging out? Is that why he hangs out here? Because it's a fire pit? None of these were a fire pit. Maybe there's a fire pit in the maze? Maybe there's a fire pit in the maze. I know there was that anvil and the standing stones. This will take me to the anvil. This is the standing stones here. There. These two, maybe? One of these two? I don't remember what was here. So I guess let's go around to that also. Yes, of course. You know about people. What do you know about Barbosa?
Ah, hello again, Monsieur Ward. Can I help you?
I sure hope so. I don't suppose you've met Miss Barbosa. She plays her cards close to her chest, so mistrusting. She has nothing to fear from me. She not only does not claim any skill in all this, she actively disbelieves. How she finds herself here, I am most interested to find out. Not immediately helpful, then. Yeah, none of this really feels like it. No, I will discuss Memento Mori with you, because I still don't know what to do with Quinn. Do you happen to know about any unusual deaths among the Quinn family? Yes. I have heard it said that the Quinn family is cursed, but you've met Mademoiselle Quinn. She seldom talks about it, and certainly not for any sort of gain. So I don't consider it my business in any professional sense. However, I'll say this. I don't know about any sort of magic tied to it, but if the Quinns believe they are cursed, whether they are right or not, it's not without reason. From what I've gathered, the family has been the victim of tragedy more times than they can count. Ah, here we go! Finally, someone said something about the curse that I can turn into a thought.
That's all.
Take care, monsieur.
I only had to find the right person to talk about the curse, amidst all of the other people that had already talked about the curse. Quinn family is rumored to be cursed, such that many of the members die young. Quinn's goal is to perform a something to remove the curse. Remove the curse from the Quinn family. Summoning ritual, I guess? Sure. Conversational equivalent of pixel hunting. Yeah, right? Pretty bad, actually.
Miss Quinn wants to lift the curse on her family. I should find and confront her about this.
She's literally said this aloud to you, Mr. Ward. I think she's said those actual words to you directly, Declan. You should definitely find and confront her about the thing that she's already told you. Alright, buddy. Well, I got what I wanted out of that. We still need to find Dupre somewhere. And we need to figure out Barbosa's thing. This is also not a fire pit. Where am I? Sure. Yo, what?
God almighty. A spirit.
Okay, how many times have you seen a spirit already, Declan? Yes, a spirit. No joke.
Is that Miss Dean?
Oh, is it?
She doesn't seem to be moving. I don't think she means to hurt me.
Wow, this is a pretty major find, actually.
I need a closer look.
Hi. Use spirit board. Okay. Well, I'll look first. I mean, that seems fair. Please, Lord, don't let this be Evelyn. She is strikingly similar to the woman in Mr. Dupre's drawings.
Can you tell me your name?
Nothing. Of course. There must be some means I can use to communicate with her. Like this one?
I found this. Does it help? I'll take that as a yes.
Stoasheshe. She. She's moving it fast. Now it seems to be the same pattern. Must be the same sentence over and over. I just need to find the start of the message and then the end. ashes to ashes?
Ashes to ashes. Is that it, miss? It must be. Ashes to ashes. Do you mean your urn? Unless...
A charred piece of paper. I swear that wasn't there before. Did someone try to burn this? Either way, whatever survived is readable. Evelyn, Maman, Evelyn, Dean. She is a parasite upon my thoughts. She is the face of my dearest friend, corrupted, corroded in her memory. Evelyn Dean will be the vessel. She must contain Laura's spirit. The universe begs for it by her design. She will return to me. Here. Here. No. 1, 2, 3. Maman, save me from darkness. 1, 2, 3. Here. Not there. A stranger here. A strange land here. The vessel had to have been here in a land I've never been. Maman is never seen. 1, 2, 3. It's getting its hooks in me again. It grows fat on my grief. Burn it. Burn these thoughts before it takes hold. Burn it, burn it, burn. Sweet Lord. Evelyn Dean is a vessel for another spirit. For this spirit. Does Mr. Dupre really mean to go through with this? Well, we appear to have unlocked a hypothesis about Lloyd Dupre. This is what I was looking for. He's never been to this side of the world before. Motive: wants to place his friend's soul into Miss Dean's body. Yeah, that's a bunch of evidence we sure just found. Let's think about this. Goal is to scatter, condemn, transfer the soul of his dead friend into Evelyn Dean.
Mr. Dupre means to transfer his friend's soul into Evelyn Dean's body. I should find and confront him about this.
I really should find and confront him about this, actually. That seems like a great idea. And then it'll just be Barbossa and Joyce that we need to figure out before 8 p.m.? That is a lot of time to figure out the remaining pieces. Assuming we can find either Dupre or Quinn this hour. Damn. We were always gonna have to confront Dupre about something. It was always in the cards. Did we figure out he's not in the churchyard? Yeah, nobody's out here. Okay, great. Alright, let's check the bar. I still don't know what to do about Barbossa. And I don't know that either of these people will help me about Joyce. But maybe I can ask them about Barbossa. Coventry does know some things.
Mr. Ward, how are you?
Maybe he won't lie to me if it's about someone else. Have you met Miss Barbossa? Happily. I caught her for a few moments while out walking on one of the less damp days. I've never met anyone from Brazil before, so I was rather pleased to. She seemed interested in the local area and its history, which I happened to have read up on a bit for this trip. I was no help to her, really, but it was nice to talk about something normal while here. Interested in the local area and its history. Maybe I need to ask people about the region? Or maybe there's something in the library about local regional stuff.
And to you.
Alright. Quick check in the library. It seems like a good next step. And I'm going to ask all of the staff about Joyce. That's the next thing that we're going to do, since she needs to atone. And I don't know how to make that happen. Actually, how do you feel about Joyce, Marquess Blake?
Ah, Mr. Ward. How can I help?
Mrs. Joyce is your housekeeper, yes? The housekeeper, yes. Though not just that. Since my wife's passing, Mrs. Joyce has carried the burden of being Walter's caretaker. With no children of her own, she moved here full-time after her husband's passing. I am grateful for her. I love the boy, but I am no mother.
If you'll excuse me, Marquess Blake.
Of course.
I wonder if her deal is also something I have to figure out in the private residence? Like either talking to Walter or something I find around the house there? Blake history. Norman Blake? Who the hell is Norman Blake? Strange. There's no record of a Norman Blake. Oh. Where did I see anything about Norman Blake? I need like a search button in the mysteries. Keening. Great Famine? It's less than 50 years since the Great Hunger that lasted from 45 to 52. A blight wiped out the potato crops. Most of the population relied on that to survive, as the English rule exported every other resource from the country. Peas, beans, rabbits, fish, honey, and more. On top of this, the English corn laws blocked the import of any grain, despite the obvious need for relief. The full loss of life from this period is yet unknown, but deaths are estimated to be around 1 million, with another million fleeing the country on coffin ships, bound for America, Canada, Australia, and more. Anyone surviving something like that can't but have deep scars. My own parents refused to talk of it, and grew dark when it was mentioned. It's unknown how long it will take the country to recover. Sure. Medicine, sciences, psychology, archaeology, geography, world mythology, Irish mythology, Irish folklore, different from Irish mythology, spiritualism and religion. Yeah, nothing here stands out as like, this is how we'll find out who Shay really is. How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbosa? That is a question. I must learn the name of Miss Barbosa's father. Can I speak about the telegram? Burial record. With Dupre. Is the only obvious note. Okay. Yet another reason to find Dupre, I guess. Alright, let's check out the bar. Who's hanging out in the bar? Well, stone nobody hanging out in the bar. Place is empty. What a mess. Hey, buddy. Can I open up the bar cabinet? Alright, cool.
Hello again, sir. Need something?
Yeah, tell me about Joyce. How do you find working with Mrs. Joyce? She ought to mind her own, Mrs. Joyce. One ma'am is bad enough. I don't need another. You want something kept in confidence. You best make sure she don't hear it. You can have that one for free. Wow.
I'll leave you.
Yeah.
Doyle does not like Joyce. I mean, Doyle doesn't like anybody, is what we have learned. And mostly nobody really likes Doyle either. But damn. Barbossa's in the telegraph room again. Maybe Barbossa has something to say that would be helpful. Did I ask Barbossa about Dean? Surely I did. Dining room's blocked off. Maybe people are hanging out in the drawing room for some reason? It's worth checking out. People need a place to hang out, right? Wrong side for the garage or her ladyship's room. True. Good thing for me, I'm not looking for her ladyship's chamber. Oh, Dupre's here. Let's go. You, buddy. Oh, we have so much to talk about.
Hello again, my friend.
I don't actually need to talk about any of that, although I do want to talk about the burial record. Miss Barbossa seems to have suffered a great loss indeed. So she tells me, Mr. Ward. Grief is an old friend in my line of work. But it still does me no good to see her visit a warm-hearted soul like that. Not helpful. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dupre could kill people with a headbutt. Milesian bloodlines, maybe? I heard recently that Miss Dean descends from a powerful bloodline of Milesians. Good for her. I've been told she is a talented practitioner. I'm not sure that her bloodline plays any part in that, but it sounds impressive. Hopefully not so impressive that some lunatic comes looking for her blood. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Ward. People have done worse for the promise of less. I guess maybe this is a good time to confront. Your goal is to transfer the soul of your dead friend into Evelyn Dean.
Oh, sweet damnation. Maman, how could I keep the company of such dark thoughts? I didn't do it. I could never. It goes against everything that we...
And yet, here we are.
Then take heart, Mr. Dupre. You haven't acted yet. But I must ask you as a matter of urgency. Are these thoughts your own?
He's in league with Aline.
I don't know.
Yep, he's a servant of the paintress. There you go.
Something in this place that feeds on grief, drives obsession. The moment you spoke, it felt as if you'd broken a spell. But I'm worried, terrified that it could return just as suddenly.
Then we must act quickly. Have you any idea how we might break this hold on you?
Oh, Mr. Ward, I must lay my friend to rest. I should never have delayed it to begin with.
Laura, yes. I believe I met her spirit at the fire pit.
The version of the manor we can't reach on this stupid island with the French spoken word poetry. Yeah, probably. Maybe this is the actual manor.
You saw her. I thought I felt something there, and yet she's been taken from my sight.
I do love a spooky manor.
I was foolish, selfish, enough to want one last adventure together. I should have laid her to rest before coming to this place.
The writers did it. I mean, if you want to be extremely nitpicky, then yes, of course the writers did it. Whoever wrote the narrative is the person who caused all this misery.
There is still time, Mr. Dupre.
Yes, you are right. Of course there is. There is a ritual. I do not know if it will work, far as we are from Amon's reach. But we must try. I'm sorry, Laura. I hope you'll forgive an old friend his folly.
Well, time to go do a thing.
Hello, old friend. I can't see you, but I know you are here. I'm a fool for trusting only my treacherous eyes. Perhaps my time here has somehow cut me off from you. Am I so corrupted that you're lost from my sight forever?
Yeah, this place does that.
I can feel you laughing at me. This is serious, Laura. I could have... Yes, all right. I just thought we'd do one last mad thing together. It was blockheaded. I know. Though, in fairness, I entirely lack blockheadedness. Yours must just be infectious.
Yeah, it's Laura's fault. Good job, Lloyd.
Oh, I'm glad we could... Oh, Laura. You'd think it would be easier the second time, wouldn't you? Goodbye, sweet friend. Is it? I don't think it's working. I can still feel her here with us.
You are right. She has not gone. I am sorry.
Something must
Mr.
be done,
Dupre.
huh? Or is this just an element of the area that we're in because of Guibnu or whatever that just traps ghosts here? Laying a ghost to rest is never gonna work here because of the Tua de Danann?
She's trapped, Mr. Ward. While I've been in battle with my thoughts, she's been drawn deeper into the Manor's grasp. I cannot afford any more delays. I'll grieve my cowardice when my friend is freed. The reality of it is, Mr. Ward, that Maman Brigitte is too far out to fully reach these lands. Until we can extend her influence, Laura will be trapped.
That is a strong, not a strong claim, but like a big ask. How would we extend Maman Brigitte's reach? And whose feet would we be stepping on to do so?
There is another way. A different ritual that calls upon not only Maman Brigitte, but her Irish aspects as well, Breed and St. Bridget. We'll need a representative for each aspect. Someone to be a vessel or a stand-in.
That would be Joyce and Fia.
For Maman Brigitte, I can do the honors. I will provide the stones for her fire. The goddess Breed. What do you think, Laura? Will Mr. Ward do?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not a believer in anything.
Me? But...
Laura was a priestess of Breed. Her trust is her blessing, and clearly she trusts you. You shall tend the flames.
I can't.
Yeah, that's not... Ooh, that is a big ask. Declan Ward, not a fan of fire these days.
You can, Mr. Ward. You must.
Looks like I'm on my own journey of discovery and growth.
And lastly, the Abbess, St. Bridget. We must find someone who's close to her. They'll need a gift of some sort, a demonstration of deep devotion.
Well, I can try to find somebody.
Thank you for all of this.
Oh, maybe this is how we close This is how we close Joyce's loop? Maybe this is what atonement for Joyce looks like? Because obviously Caitlin Joyce is the choice. Joyce is the choice. The whole reflection thing is weird. You mean the bit where you talk to them after they get what they want and they tell you what they're doing?
Good day.
There's a separate convo after you solve their
Hello,
story.
sir. Anything I can do for you?
Why is that weird? Like, they've got to take a minute to figure out what they're doing with their life now that you've resolved, you know, their biggest life's problem.
Mrs. Joyce, you told me before that you wish to repent for your actions. Is that still true?
Oh, here we go. Okay, great.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ward, it is.
In that case, Mr. Dupre is in desperate need of your help. The spirit of his dearest friend has been trapped inside the manor, and only a worshipper of St. Bridget can set her free.
St. Bridget? But she... I had no idea she cared for people such as them.
Such as
the
them.
Lord truly does have a lot to teach me these days, doesn't he?
What does such as them mean? You bigot. All right, whatever. This can be your atonement.
Yes, Mr. Ward. Tell him I'm ready and willing to help. Whatever it takes, I'll be there.
Once you fix their issue, why would you go back and talk to them again? I mean, they're just around.
Hello, sir.
I don't have any particular... Like, some of them I don't have any particular reason to go talk to them. But, like, if I run into them again, I could ask them questions. Like, now that you figure that out, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? I think it's totally reasonable.
Hello, Mrs. Joyce. Do you know... I cannot find the right words to say.
Oh, thank the Lord, sir. Me too.
I suppose, thank you, Mrs. Joyce. I can't imagine this is easy for you. What can I do to make this less frightening?
Sir, you are in mourning. I should be the one to ask that question. And yet you're asking me, who treated all of you like... Oh... You're all so... different to what I expected. Let me try to be different too, sir, and tell me what to do.
Okay. This is good. This is growth for Joyce.
Mrs. Joyce, that is more than enough.
I'm not sure that
You fear the flame, don't you, Mr. Ward? I can see it in your eyes.
For good reason.
yes. It's taken a lot from me.
You know, Breed, your St. Bridget, they are fire deities. Laura was a priestess of the flame. She was part of a sisterhood who kept a sacred fire going back home. And a part of her was given to that fire, as was her wish.
That's beautiful.
I think it's funny, and very like Laura, that she picked you to manifest to. One last playful act.
I'm scared too, Mr. Ward. I've never been so out of my depth. But I see now we have to face our fears.
Good.
To grow.
Good. This is good. Declan needs this.
Each one's work will be made clear, for the day will reveal it, and fire will test it. The fire will show what each person's work is worth. 1 Corinthians 3:13. But as a godly man, you already know that.
Do I? Am I that godly? That's a lot of godly.
What is your work worth, Mr. Ward?
Just drop it. Yeah, good job, buddy.
Oh, well, It's about that time, Laura. I won't say goodbye again. I've already done it twice. Instead, perhaps we could say, see you soon, old friend.
Excuse me? What did we just do?
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Both of you.
Oh, sir. You're crying.
No, that's just the rain falling in his eyes. Rain.
My heart's never been broken quite like this, Mrs. Joyce. But I weep with joy that she may be at peace.
Okay, I guess that's also good.
Thank you for your help. Without you, she...
I'll not suffer to think about it, sir.
Mrs. Joyce, now that your mind is changing towards these ways, will you join me for the séance?
You know, I think I will. I didn't realize before, but I was harboring a deep dread about it. Now that it is gone, I would like to attend.
Interesting. This is the opposite of what I was trying to get at, but maybe I have somehow given them safety via whatever fire magic has been done here.
I know what you mean. It's as if some part of it felt it to be unsafe. But now, I think Laura is watching over us and wants us to be there.
Ah, okay. Well, that's good enough. We'll take that.
Come, let's get you inside. I'll make you a hot cup of tea.
Some safety for people. So even if they are still attending the séance, they're not going to die because of the séance.
Thank you, Mrs. Joyce. That would be much appreciated.
I would give anything to speak to Eamon again, to apologize. But to summon his spirit in flames, I can see the comfort it brought to Mr. Dupre. It would be so easy to see you again. I don't think I have it in me to call you here this way. I've dragged you through fire before. Never again. Alright, mystery solved. Mr. Dupre is now protected from harm at the séance by Laura's spirit. With help from myself and Mrs. Joyce, his friend's soul is now freed from the Manor's grip. Joyce also protected by Laura. Mrs. Joyce has repented for her fearful ways and has opened her heart to other beliefs. Cool. So there are 3 people for whom I cannot resolve anything until I get into the manor, or I get into the private residence. And there are 2 more people, one of whom I have a confront, and one of whom I really haven't figured out yet. Actually, maybe I can ask Toussaint about Barbossa, if I haven't already done so. Or you, maybe I can ask you about Barbossa? Tell me about Barbossa. What do you know about Barbossa?
Again?
Have you met Miss Barbossa? I have. She's quite unafraid to speak her mind. That's always refreshing at these high society events. It makes for trouble, but that's refreshing too. Alright, not
I
helpful.
won't bother you anymore, Mrs. Erickson.
But thank
Goodbye
you.
now.
What does Toussaint know about Miss Barbossa? Unless I've already asked him, which I may have.
Ah, hello again, Monsieur Ward. Can I help you?
I hope so. Unless I've already done this? I have already done this. You cannot help me.
That's all.
Take care, monsieur.
Fia? I've got 3.5 hours. It's a lot of time to spend on this. What do you make of Miss Barbosa? Ah, she's got her troubles, but she's got a good head on her shoulders, too. She'll do right in whatever she sets her mind to. I'm sure of that. Great.
You take care.
Not immediately helpful. I guess talking to Dupre about Barbosa didn't get anything done there either. Too bad. I don't know that I talked to Dupre about Barbosa specifically. I talked about her burial thing. Maybe we should head into the drawing room and find Dupre again. Ah, I can have Joyce's reflection. Good.
Good day.
Hello, sir. Anything I can do for you?
How are you feeling now?
You know, something came over me when you threw that torch, sir. In that moment, well, I just knew that being there with you and Mr. Dupre, helping that poor girl was the right thing, the godly thing to do.
Yeah, alright.
All this magic, these strange fates and secret societies, it's all still very new to me. I don't think I'll ever come around to accepting it all. But I can see now that it's not all wicked. Some are just another way of looking at the world. I don't understand or trust this magic, but my cousin in Dublin talks the same way about electricity.
Wow, that is an incredible comparison to make.
And I know that's just our world changing, and people with more schooling than I can make better sense of it all. So, if magic is just another part of nature, then God must have put it there, and I won't be scared of anything the good Lord provides us.
I don't know, Joyce. I'd be scared of tigers, and God put tigers there too.
I'll be off, Mrs. Joyce.
God bless you, sir.
God bless me indeed. Dupre, I would like to receive your...
Hello again, my friend.
Reflection. Fetters. Oh, interesting. Do I want to talk to him about Fetters? I kind of want to talk to him about everything. Dupre has been one of the most useful sources of information in this game so far.
Is she really laid to rest?
Her crucifix with its slightly offset arms bugs you. It's like a real symbol of Saint Brigid. So, I'm sorry.
She is. Thanks be to Maman. And thanks to you and Mrs. Joyce, of course.
And that means... you will not see her again.
Not in this life, no. Why are you asking?
My brother. He is dead. Since coming here, I've learned he's still with me.
Unfinished business of his own, perhaps.
But how do I find out what it is and free him? Before he becomes trapped like your Laura.
That I do not know, Mr. Ward. But if Laura found a way to get you to free her, I'm sure your brother can too.
Okay, that's helpful. Photograph of Miss Dean. Huh. Alright. Why, of course. That's... No, sorry. That's Miss Dean, isn't it? I should be able to make the distinction. Should. Oh, that's why I can show him this photo. Because it's not Laura. Fetters? Sure, tell me about Fetters. Chains, Mr. Ward. Physically, yes, and spiritually. A ghost can no more escape its fetters than we can chains in a cell. Unless, of course, there's a key. Fetters are impermanent, then. Can they be undone? Oh, yes. Some spirits need simply release their sorrow. Many need help to do so. But some ghosts are chained to worldly objects. In those cases, permanence is likely the intent. You're saying fetters can be made? I've made them, Mr. Ward, though only ever as a last resort. Okay. And are you familiar with... Have you spoken with Miss Barbosa? That I have. She's an interesting woman. She said she's got some business in the country, apparently. Though you'd have to ask her for the details. We ended up talking more about Ireland than our own affairs. Okay, so maybe I should talk more to her about, like, the regional stuff?
But I won't keep you.
The stuff that I don't actually talk to anybody about? Maybe that'll figure it out? Also, we're still looking for Quinn? Still looking for Quinn. Anybody hanging out in the cloakroom? It'd be weird, so no. Okay, good. Yeah, those things are everywhere in the manor because Joyce put them up. As, like, a symbol of her own faith and possibly to protect the manor from, I don't know, whatever it is the manor needs protecting from. Let's see if there's more stuff to talk about that'll be helpful.
More questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I can't ask you about the regional stuff. Damn. All right, tell me about the burial record. Do you have much in the way of family back home? None. My mother was an escaped slave. She raised me in a quilombo. I lived there my whole life, almost entirely not leaving until slavery was abolished in 1888. Even then, we were slow to trust the outside. But last year, my mother and I went to Rio to see Christmas there. She was nervous, but I was excited. We ate oranges and sugared nuts. Despite the heat, we even tried a mulled wine. As a gift, we took a photograph. I'm glad we did. That's all I have left of her. A man saw us that day, a captain of the forest who had run-ins with my mother and her camp. His job was to recapture slaves, back when slavery was in full force. Bitter at having never found our settlement, he followed us back that day. Then he returned that night with some friends, all of them drunk. They began to shoot up the place, killing many, including my mother. Those they did not kill, they captured. And so my home was destroyed, and my family killed and scattered. Wow. That is a miserable goddamn story. My lord, that is awful. Yes, I feel adrift in the world. Maybe someday I will find something good in that freedom, but not yet. Okay, well, now I have some library topics. Maybe that'll give me some more information about things. This would be a world history topic, I expect. Quilombos are settlements established by escaped Afro-Brazilian slaves. Many of the settlement's residents live in poverty. These communities originated during the 16th century in Brazil, when Afro-Brazilian slaves fled brutal conditions on sugar plantations in Brazil. It is said that Aqualtun, an Angolan princess and general who was enslaved during a Congolese war, escaped with some of her soldiers and founded Palmares, which is one of the largest quilombos in Brazil. Captain of the Forest? Capitas do Mato, which translates as Captain of the Forest, were free men, usually of limited financial means, tasked with hunting and recapturing escaped slaves in Brazil. Their main job was to return fugitives to their masters and to destroy Quilombo settlements, receiving monetary rewards in return. Most capitães do mato were freed slaves themselves, which put them above slaves, but still low in social prestige, and made them resented by captives. Despite their authority, they were generally looked down upon, and remained close to the social position of those they pursued. Brazilian naval revolts were led by Admirals Custodio José de Melo and Saldanha de Gama against President Floriano Peixoto's rule. I think I already read this. Alright, well, that's one thing I know now, and it doesn't get me any closer, I think, to Inés Barbosa's problems. I think we've already asked Barbosa about Dean, and she was not particularly forthcoming. I guess I could ask about the hauntings? I could ask about the stuff that I can ask everybody about. Feels like not a big deal. I have already asked you about Dean. Yep. What do you know about the Blakes? Have you spoken to the Marquess at all? I have. I wanted some guidance on the history of this area, of the people from it. He was polite but brief, sent me to the libraries, which was helpful but not very friendly.
I have to be off.
Sure.
Well, still not coming together. And it doesn't seem like there's any particularly good topics. Oh. Oh. Yes, of course. We've got to confront Quarantine Quinn. I'm ready to do that. But we gotta figure out what to do about Barbosa first. Learn Shay's real name. Oh, interesting. It shows the discussion topics that we would have with her. Oh, that's helpful. Okay. Burial record is fully discussed. Book on local historical land records from the turn of the century. Yeah, not a lot of topics of discussion here. So we need to ask other people about Barbosa, or ask other people about yeah, we don't have the results of these conversations handy, unfortunately. Coventry. What a guy. Okay, so who can I still talk to about Barbosa? Almost anybody. But who do I think would be helpful? O'Mara, maybe. Not Hisham. Montavani, maybe. The Marquess, maybe? Maybe. Let's discuss Inés Barbosa. Has Miss Barbosa talked with you? Oh, yes. If she were not from the far side of the world, I would have forgotten her entirely. How she ended up here, I do not know. She is quite clear that the event holds little interest to her. Interesting.
If you'll excuse me, Marquess Blake.
Of course.
Do I think she's related to Quinn's thing? Probably not. Maybe I can ask the Marquess about regional stuff, and that'll give me something interesting for Barbossa? Right? There's like map of the region that we can discuss with people? Might I ask how much of this area belongs to you and your family? I'm unsure anymore. We owned quite a lot a long time ago. Some have been sold over the years or traded as dowries. There are records, but I'd have to go and search them.
If you'll excuse me.
Of course.
Maybe that is a helpful thing to look for in Irish history? Or Blake history? And their lands. The Blake family? Number of ghoulish tales about Edward Blake and his subsequent family line. Yeah, we've heard some of them. Not many of them, but some of them. Yeah, none of that's helpful. Alright, well... What other stuff can we do? This is not helpful. I have, of course, asked Barbossa about Barbossa. Alright, Montevani, O'Mara... Yeah, Montevani and O'Mara seem like the best bets here. Fia, maybe? But Fia we've already talked to. So Ruri, maybe? I don't think so. I don't think Ruri's got much to do here. It's also possible that Quinn might be helpful? Gosh. How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbossa? Alright, yeah, let's ask O'Mara. I think of anybody, O'Mara is the one that is the most likely to know about Miss Dean's prior relationships. And he's still in the churchyard, I believe. Unless he's in his room or something. That seems like a weird... He might be back in his room, but I think he's still in the churchyard. Oh! Maybe he stayed in his room. That's unfortunate if true. How am I going to talk to him? If we go barging into his room, he'll kill me, right? Well, not kill me. Game over me. I actually don't know if that's true. He might just be okay. Now that we have resolved his thing. Maybe if I go charging into his room, he's like, ah, Declan. What a surprise. As opposed to help staff save me. plus 15, so this would be O'Mara's room. This is where Mr. Cathal O'Mara is staying, yep.
What the? Mr. Ward?
Mr. O'Mara.
Look, if you're not going to steal anything or kill me, could we at least make this interesting?
Oh, this is weird.
I think it would be fun to see what the manager thinks of you having a key to my room. Don't you?
Is that a game over? It did quick save right when I got in. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's funny. I expected that to go better, actually. 17 of the people in the manor survived. There were 5 hours until the seance. I will, in fact, load this quick save. Yeah, let's not just go charging into his room. Why can't I knock? Why isn't knocking an option? I just want to talk to the guy. Grumble, grumble. All right. What are my other options for anything related to what Barbossa wants to know? I think I might need to revisit some of the conversations that I had with her. Because I do not remember. Oh yeah, where's Quinn? We could just do Quinn things and deal with Barbossa later. Do I still not know where Quinn is? I do not know where Quinn is. I know she's not in the bar. Highly unlikely to be in the basement. Oh, they're still here in the hedge maze. That's interesting. Where else could Quinn be? She's not in her room. I am fairly confident. Although I suppose we can check. Ah, she is in her room. Man, I've got 27 minutes that I don't know what to do with. Since all of the people I want to talk to are in their room. So maybe we'll just go throw things at Barbossa and see if anything sticks. Maybe there's like, if I talk to other people about Barbossa, I'll get more information. Although I don't know who I would talk to Barbossa about. Alright, I guess we'll just revisit Barbossa. And revisit some of the previous conversations so I can remember what the hell we were talking about. And what exactly she's looking for. Alright, so what did you say when I asked you about you? Told you I'm from Rio. My home is different since the uprising. Okay. And I asked you about Dean. No more than I know you, but already I do not like her. She knows too much. What business is it of hers to know so much? She is like a spy or a thief. Maybe she has spies and thieves in her employ. She is a sneak to be watched. What do you think of O'Mara, then? Yes, he tried to, what do you call it? Woo me? Is O'Mara really trying to get in the pants of every single woman here? It would break him worse than his horse riding accident. But I admire his confidence. Alright then. We talked about the seance. Came a long way to get to Ireland. Suits my purposes, so I come. It was my father's, or maybe his mother's. He didn't bring much with him when he left Ireland. He'd even less on him the day he died, defending my mother. My mother took this and ran. She passed it to me so I would have something of his. Okay. died defending her mother. Is that the same? No, because if her mother survived that, which it sounds like she did, so there was some incident where they got attacked and her father died defending her mother, and then her mother and Inez survived that and eventually lived in the Quilombo or something like that, whatever they called it, the slave village, the escaped slave village. And then at a later point, the forest captain showed up and killed her mother, and then Barbossa, and now Barbossa's here. So we don't know what that situation was, though. Not a lot of conversation topics with her. Maybe other people can give me more information? I feel like I should be asking these questions of other people rather than of Barbossa. Yes, he knows a good deal of this area and its history. I'm interested in that. He is what I imagine talking to a grandfather is like, including the musty smell. Rude. Alright, well, let's go through all of this. Coventry's talk at 5. Silent dinner at 8. Going to be in her room prior to the silent dinner. So we have to figure out her stuff before 7, because otherwise she's not going to be accessible. Coventry's talk at 5. I should probably attend that. What did you think of the party? When I was told to bring something to wear for the ball, I joked it would be like Carnival. Then to find I was not too wrong. Vala mi Deus. I almost expected it to end in rutting. I went looking for O'Finn, but he seemed to leave early. A shame. Well, we know something about Barbossa's taste in men now. Why did they misspell Carnival? I'm beginning to think this place really is haunted, you know. And why not? Everywhere people have been ends up haunted. What makes you think this place is different? Have you noticed any strange happenings around the manor? I suppose I will confess to you that the footprints seem strange. When it rains, sometimes I see footsteps on the floors. But never coming in from outside. They're always leaving. I assume somebody has turned around for something, but still, it is strange. That is strange. This might sound strange, but have you seen a woman on the grounds, washing clothes? Sim, but that is one of the staff, no? What is her name? Caitlin? I called out to her to see what she was washing in the horse's trough, but she did not reply. I left her to it. I do not know the customs of this place. Alright. Well, none of that really opened up anything.
I have to be...
Sure.
So I guess the next step is just ask people about Barbossa and see if that comes to anything? Ugh. Yeah, I really feel like I'm flying blind with Barbossa.
May I be of service, Mr. Ward?
You can indeed. We're just gonna talk to everybody. Have you spoken much with Miss Barbossa? I have, occasionally, but not much, as she asks for very little. Ah, well, thanks.
I need nothing else.
Certain.
That was very helpful. Scarret was here. No, Hisham was here. Still is. Do you have any conversations here that I feel like will matter for the things that I care about? No. Alright. Tell me about Barbosa. Ah, the only woman who has out-traveled me. Like me, she is more interested in this area than the Séance. I suppose you need a stronger reason to come so far. I confess, I like her. No formal education in such things as we scholars study here. How do you say, betgib mil acher? She gets right to the point. Very refreshing. I have no idea what that means. I suppose it's Arabic, so I wouldn't, but still. Well, that doesn't help too much.
I'll leave you.
May Allah.
Not that I expect you to be able to answer this question, but actually, I do have a reflection for you. Might as well.
Are you okay, Father?
My mission is not complete, but my part in it is over. What happens next is up to you. As for me, I have spent much of my life fighting the Demiurge's illusions. Whatever comes after this, trick or not, I intend to let myself enjoy it while I can.
That is a fascinating viewpoint for a Gnostic. What do you know about Barbosa? I have, but I would be remiss in my duties to share anything we discussed. She is a very devout woman. Okay.
Well, I'll take my leave.
Go with...
Let's see. Doyle's in the bar, although I don't know what Doyle could give me that would be useful. But I guess let's try it.
Hello again.
Oh, I'm avoiding that one. I lost a telegram meant for her, and I don't want to tell her. I'm not paid enough.
I'll leave.
Yeah.
Yep. Every conversation with Doyle is, I hate my coworkers and I'm bad at my job. I don't know why I thought that would be any different. Am I actually going to just sit and wait? Am I actually just gonna mash Hourglass for 15 minutes? Am I that short of things to go do? I guess I could just fill in with some of the random conversations that other people have had. Or maybe Rory can help. Hey Rory, what do you know about Barbosa?
Mr. Ward, what can I do for you?
You hear so much about where our people have spread to these past few decades. It is fascinating to learn something firsthand. And what a journey her father has been on. Her too, for that matter. She is here to dig into his past. I am sad to say I could be no help. I did try to offer her a picture, but Fia stomped all over that.
I think it's safe to say your methods worked.
Well, yes, but also no. We succeeded. Not through my methods, but through Fia's and mine. There is a lesson there for me. I was too focused on the future. But when we forget the past, we don't learn from it. And we repeat the mistakes of it. And we only got there because you stepped in. I'm grateful, of course, but also deeply ashamed.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
That I might have let my duty to the land and its people down because of ego. So in all, I'm proud of what we achieved here. And I'm proud of what it's taught me.
That's fair.
And if you will do me the honor, I am proud to call you a friend.
Aww, okay, yeah, we could be friends. I'm cool with that.
The honor, Doctor, is all mine.
Notes on Milesian bloodlines. Sure, help me out here. Did you know that Miss Dean comes from powerful blood? I didn't, though I'd expect nothing less from a practitioner of her caliber. Blood counts for more than it should, I know, but magically, certainly, hers seems unparalleled. Okay, can you tell me about Milesians just generally? Or the curse? Yeah, tell me about the Quinn curse. That's actually great. Do I understand right that Miss Quinn's family is under some sort of curse? Ah, she's of the same Quinns, I take it. I've heard something about that. A family cursed with misfortune in early graves. A damned shame it has Miss Quinn. I don't especially enjoy her company, but she doesn't deserve that. Do you want to talk to me about Miss Quinn? I haven't asked about Miss Quinn with anybody. Do we need to start going down that hole? I do want to know about Coventry. Have you spoken with Simon Coventry? I don't suppose you've met Mr. Coventry. Briefly. We didn't speak much. He's very polite, but I notice he can say a lot without sharing much. You see it in patients all the time. They think they can talk around why they want some mercury, when all they need to do is admit they caught syphilis in a brothel. It makes me wonder what he is trying so hard not to say. Yeah, alright. I think Rory has caught Coventry's feel correctly here. Yeah, let's just talk about Milesians, I guess. Know of them. I am one, Mr. Ward, as are you, presumably. They are the race of men who came here and wrestled the right to settle from the gods. I do love the country, but some days I wish our ancestors had sailed to somewhere warmer.
I have to be on my...
Be well.
Alright. Maybe Mr. Hunter has some more important things to say.
Mr. Ward, who are you?
Seems unlikely, but we'll try. Oh, the wards of protection. Yeah, tell me about those. Sure, why not? What are those things you made for the ladies and yourself? All I know is charms, as such. Binds, wards, that sort. I can fold them into, well, charms. The binding on Miss Dean, the charms for the ladies and myself. It's simple magic, Mr. Ward, but old and powerful. It'll keep the young ladies safe from harm. Mine, they need some form of emotional component to them. I tried to make one for you, but, well, grateful as I am, I don't really know you, sir. I don't know Mrs. Lau, truthfully, but my love for Ivy seemed to extend to cover her. Fantastic. I guess this is what makes magic different from science. With science, you do the same thing twice and you should get the same result. Magic isn't predictable like that. It's, what would you call it? Alive. Some of why folk like myself or Fia think the Séance is dangerous. They're not factoring in the magic of this place and how it feels about it all. Miss Montavani, she is maybe thinking just too scientifically about it. Yeah, alright.
Miss McLeod is safe now.
Aye, safe and happy. And should this seance turn south, well, I've put everything I have into those charms. With some luck, we'll be safe. You know, you'd not tell from looking at me now, but when I was a younger man, I cut off fine cloth.
What does that even mean?
Could dance, too.
Oh, like, you looked good in formal wear. Sure.
Girls would make up any old excuse to come by the stables I trained in back home. Bench spoons, pots that looked recently bashed in, the odd bit of broken jewellery. I took it all for granted. I figured they'd wait, every one of them. But young'uns and young love don't live past spring. They all summered and moved on. Soon they had husbands, then weigh-ins of their own. I've never sired. No children.
Sired. That is a hell of a way to phrase that. I guess makes some amount of sense from the stable master, but like,
Just didn't work out that way for me.
This is where you tell me that Ivy is basically your daughter?
It was November 2nd, 1884, when I heard Mrs. McLeod screaming from the big house. I grabbed something, hoof clippers I think, and ran. Figured it was a robbery. Instead, I found her hunched over wee Ivy. The child was having a seizure. Then, she sat bolt upright and said, and I'll never forget it, she said, "Pappy's gonna die tonight."
Oh.
Pappy being what she called her mother's father. The next day, a constable came to the house, his hat under his arm. There had been an incident in the Star Theatre the night before. Some drunk wrongly sounded the alarm over a small fire. 14 people died in their attempts to escape, including Pappy. I happen to be part of a group of fellows that are more open to the stranger side of life. And long story short, it was agreed that if I could help the girl with her gift, though her mother did not consider it that, then none of her siblings nor her father needed to know.
Mm-hmm.
A grand man, Mr. MacLeod, but God-fearing, to the extent that his wife worried he would turn out his only daughter.
Okay, so somebody with the second sight in their blood, which would be McLeod's mom, decided to marry someone who was religious to the point of that level of fear, that level of vitriol towards anything outside he would know, and outside the things he knows. Seems like a weird choice. And again, it was literally a century ago. More than.
And so I trained her. In secret, of course. From the age of 6 until I left for here some 3 years past. She is the closest thing I have, or will have, to a daughter in this world, Mr. Ward.
Yep, that checks out.
There is nothing I wouldn't do or give to keep her safe. God willing, someday you'll have children, and know a love so strong. Because until then, you cannot understand how much I appreciate what you've done here.
Okay, sure. Sure. That was good. Alright, what do you know about Barbosa? I have. She found me out here working. Had all sorts of questions about the land around here. Answered them as best I could, of course. Don't know why. Especially she wanted to know. But she's not going to do any harm with it now, is she? Anything else I can get out of you that would be helpful here? Seems unlikely, all things considered. Map of the region? Sure. You want to know about the country or the towns and such? I wouldn't be the man to ask. I only go to Gaufuk for supplies every so often. But if it's the land you wanted to know about, that I can help you with. If you get the time after the seance, it's worth taking a trip outside the grounds. The scenery is something special if the rain doesn't get you. And if you go walking early out east, you might see some deer this time of year.
I'll be off.
Right, yeah.
Alright, let's see if anybody else has something to say about Barbosa. Who else could we discuss Barbosa with? Darcy Scarrett. That's Joyce. Quinn's in her room. Montavani should be around somewhere. Omar is in his room. More staff. Lau? Ivy and Lau? Sure. I know where they are, too, so that's at least an easy traversal. I don't think they'll have any information I want, but like, I don't know where else to go from here, so might as well try. Excuse me. All right, Ivy, what do you know about Barbosa?
Hello, Mr. Ward. How are you?
Oh, also, I don't think we've hit your reflection yet, so that sounds great.
I hope you have some peace now.
You, sir, have no idea. My sight, my second sight, is not quite back to me yet, but I don't need it to see how lucky I am. I know Victoria acted, well, she acted, and she made mistakes. As did I, in chasing a husband without discussing it with her, and what that could mean for us. I'm still coming to terms with it, I think. That someone so dear to me could break my trust.
I mean, doesn't that go both ways, given what happened here?
But I also know she wasn't entirely herself. And her haste brought my freedom too. I don't know what comes next for us, but that is a priceless gift. And Dara, dear sweet Dara, he trained me in the sight, you know.
I sure do.
How to manage it, how to hide it from others.
He just spent a good while talking to me about that.
For him to be in this place when I needed him most, to have acted against Miss Dean and gotten us the key. And, of course, you, sir.
Right man, right time.
You found the materials and returned them to us. You have given us a chance at a future together. And we will never forget that. Thank you.
Cool. And what do you know about Ines Barbosa? Have I already asked you about Barbosa? No. There she is. Only in passing. She's unfamiliar to me, I suppose, but she seems perfectly pleasant. And frankly, I'd be downright disappointed if someone from so far away didn't seem unfamiliar to me. What else would all that distance be for, if everyone was the same the world over?
I'll let
Fair
you
enough.
be, miss.
Take care, Mr. Ward.
I would like to have
Hello?
your reflection,
What brings you
Mrs.
back?
Lau.
How are you feeling now that the situation is resolved?
Of course, I am thrilled with the outcome, but I am less thrilled with my behavior.
Sure, yeah, mistakes were made.
I could blame a lot of it on Miss Dean, or this house, maybe even just the time of year or the event itself. But my training works against me here. I have to own my anger, frustration, and mistakes from this past week.
Training as... what, a psychologist? Something like that? I don't remember.
I have some work to do to regain Ivy's trust. It's possible I never will.
I remember whatever her line of work is, it brought her in touch with Ivy as her chaperone. No, at a party. At a party. And they hooked up from there, and now she's playing as her chaperone in order to have a role in her life. I don't remember what her job was.
But even if I lose her, she will be free. And that is worth everything. So thank you.
You're welcome. Alright, now what do you know about Barbosa? Now she is an interesting one. She does not seem the slightest bit interested in the events taking place. So why is she here? And what is she hiding? One to watch. Okay.
That's all, Mrs.
Farewell.
Do we think I can find Montavani? Do I know where Montavani is? No. Not scrying in the hedge maze, apparently. Maybe she's in a room. And then Coventry's talk is at 5. And Quinn's gonna be at the talk, so I might as well go to the talk. Jesus. Barbosa's gonna be at the talk too. Okay, so yeah, everybody I care about is gonna be at the talk. And O'Mara will be at the bar. Okay. All right. So we're going to Coventry's talk when the hour ticks over. And let's find something useful to do with my last minute.
Mr. Ward, how are you?
I guess I could ask you about Walter. I've already done so. Well, how about I ask you about the Marquess? A few times, the poor man. The things he's suffered, the loss of his wife, injuries to his son. I can see why he'd invest in an event like this so heavily.
Good day, sir. And to you.
All right. To the drawing room. Ooh, got dark out. Drawing room's this way.
Well,
wow, lots of people here.
This is quite the turnout. Even the Marquess himself has come. Well, I hadn't expected anyone to take much interest in the area. I suppose I should start by introducing myself. My name is Simon Coventry. I'm going to share some interesting facts about this part of Ireland that I picked up while researching for this trip.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm here for.
So, I'm sure you all know, this land came into the Blake family in the 1650s after Cromwell's invasion. What I found interesting was what came before. This land was a place of worship and innovation. A gathering spot for scholars and engineers and artists to work on understanding and advancement, the betterment of their people. Easy pickings for Edward Blake. No doubt he and Cromwell cared very little for any knowledge held by primitive pagans. I couldn't find anything that spoke to what happened at the work from that site. Presumably it was set ablaze. One has to assume not everyone was put to death by Cromwell's forces. However, I suspect many surrounding families have stories and knowledge passed down from that time and those people. Why, given his background, perhaps our very own Dr. Callahan is linked to that place.
You flatter me, sir.
Perhaps those survivors are the reason that Connacht is home to all manner of wonderful myths and sacred sites. Rachroin and Owenogga Cave, Queen Maeve and her cattle raids, the Children of Lear. All fascinating stories, but too long to get into here. Certainly worth a read in the very well-stocked library here, if you find yourself bored. Not that I can see that happening with the Séance only hours away.
Sure.
Does anything of the pre-Christian site still exist?
Oh, I don't think so, I'm afraid. From what I can gather, it was all razed to make way for the castle and its estate.
I read one monk's account that what was here before was partially underground.
You've done your homework, Father. Yes, some accounts do suggest that, though none of the maps I've studied show anything useful. Marquess?
There are some sinkholes on the far reaches of the grounds, where caverns beneath the old settlements collapsed in. I do not know whether those collapses are the result of time, or if they were manually closed. I suppose it matters not either way. Nothing else remains.
Well,
all right.
There you go, Father. That's me, I am afraid. I've nothing else to share. Probably quite mundane in the face of everything, but nothing wrong with a break in the face of madness.
Well, there you go. That's the talk. All right, people are here and I can talk to them. Great, 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 great. Thea, have I spoken to you about Barbossa? I think I've spoken to everybody here about Barbossa, except for Quinn.
Dick.
Yeah, all right, we've already done that.
I'll let you...
You take care now.
So let's start with Quinn talking about Barbossa.
Hello, Mr. Ward. How's the day treating you?
Have you had cause to speak with Miss Barbossa? Cause? No. But I ended up beside her at tea one day, and she is, dare I say, good fun. Over here because of an Irish father, so she says. Funny. How even after they've passed, your family can take you all sorts of places. Okay. Do you have anything helpful regional research, maybe? Maybe. Can I ask what you're working on, miss? Oh, right. Yes, I'm, researching my family, I suppose. The Quinn family lived around here not that long ago. I am interested in the land they used to own, and who lived on it. I did not expect it to prove so difficult. Alright, well, let's do a confront. Your goal is to perform a summoning ritual to remove the curse from the Quinn family.
You figured that out, did you? Why I'm nose deep in all these godforsaken books. You're right, of course. I will... Well, you have a look about you that says I don't have to plead the veracity of my case. Is that right? Oh, thank God.
No, yeah, you seem pretty cursed. If I were in your shoes, I would want to remove the curse also.
That's what all my work is about. I'm trying to lift the curse before it kills the last of us. But just our luck, I've reached a dead end. After everything. All this work, all this death, it couldn't just be simple. God forbid. God forbid I actually manage it. I have it, you know. The name of the woman who cursed my family. Biddy Eve O'Connor. And if I could only speak to her, I might be able to appease her.
Okay. Biddy Eve O'Connor.
But there are too many spirits with her name. And without some item from her, I just cannot reach her. And I can't see what else I could do about it. I will keep trying, of course. But I think my fate is sealed. Mine and my little sister's. We'll all die like the rest of my family because of the cruelty of my ancestors. Bastards. All of them.
Wow.
And that's that. What else is there to say about it? I don't want to talk about this any longer.
Alright, so it sounds like what's happening here is, Barbossa's dad is a relative of Eve, and that the keepsake that Barbossa has is originally Eve's. That is my guess, which is why I haven't been able to figure out anything about Barbossa, because it's all down to Quinn and the interrelation between the two, just like I wasn't able to figure out Joyce because of the relation between Joyce and Dupre.
But, look, take this. If you find anything to do with it all, tell me, would you? God knows there's nothing else for it.
Alright, O'Connor Family Research. And I am assuming that it is action unlocked with quarantine. Okay. I'm assuming it's a thing I can talk to Barbosa about. There it is.
Well, I thought this might be useful to you, miss. It's research of the O'Connor family. I notice it bears the same crest as your brooch.
Oh, is that what I noticed? I didn't notice that. But I'm glad that Declan noticed that.
What? But this is... There's so much detail here. Where did you get this?
It's Miss Quinn's work. She's been researching the O'Connor family for a ritual she wants to conduct. The woman she's focused on, a Biddy Eve O'Connor, had a son who emigrated.
Ah, here we go.
I was hoping you would check the date of his departure against that of your father.
Yes, they line up. But his name is Seamus O'Connor, not Shay. A cousin, maybe.
Hang on, I can't believe I didn't make the connection before now. But Shay is often used as a shorthand for Seamus.
So I have been looking for the wrong name?
Appreciate the frustrated lilt to that.
It is possible. Or we may have the wrong man altogether.
So, this doesn't mean...
No, it does not. But Miss Quinn says her ritual is a matter of life and death, and that she requires an item from that family. Which, it turns out, may be your family. So, do you think she might borrow that brooch of yours for her purpose? If she is right, it would not only help her, but also confirm we have the right man.
It really, I am mildly annoyed that so much, that, not so much, but at least twice now, I have hit full-on dead ends with the mysteries of the people that I need to resolve that are only resolvable by getting much deeper into somebody else's mystery. And it's like, okay, well, I'm still trying to figure this person out, so maybe I'll talk to, like, there's so much wasted effort there because there is no lead left to discover unless you get somebody else's thing resolved first.
Then how can I refuse? Come, let us find the Queen Woman.
Thank you, Miss Barbosa. This could well save the lives of the last people that truly matter to me.
I do not understand how being in a bathroom with two strangers is helping, but I'm eager to learn.
And Barbosa here is an audience foil, just like, I don't know what any of this is, but it sure looks neat.
And I appreciate it. All right. One more time.
Ah, I don't need to draw the sigil this time, because Quinn is here. Quinn can draw the sigil.
Hear me, Biddy Eve O'Connor. I call you from beyond the grave. Hear me, child of the family you damned. Hear me, so that we may bury all this grief.
Santo Cristo, fantasma.
Fantasma. Oh, right. Yeah, Declan hasn't seen ghosts before, maybe.
Are you Biddy Eve O'Connor? The same Biddy Eve O'Connor that cursed Fionn Quinn and his descendants? Good. My name is Quarantine Quinn. I am of the third generation of the Quinn family since Fionn Quinn, and now one of the three of us that remain. It is myself and my two sisters. The people that wronged you, and they did wrong you, I will not deny it. They're long since dead by your curse. My ancestors sinned against you, but we did not. For the sake of my life, for my dear sisters' lives, I implore you to release us from your curse. Would you consider this? Now the man who hurt you so is dead. Excellent. All right. Let me think. Do you require your bones to be laid to rest?
Spirit's just like, yeah, sure, whatever, we're cool. Apparently not.
What does that mean?
That means no.
If too many candles blow out, the ritual will be over, spent, and I will have lost my chance. My family will be doomed.
Oh.
Do you have some unfinished business here that I could see to on your behalf?
How many candles are too many?
I don't know, but I don't like the chances. The spell is already failing. I don't think it will survive another wrong question. Another extinguished candle.
What did your ancestors do to deserve all this?
They betrayed their fellow Catholics to the crown, and then they took the land. Oh, maybe. Biddy O'Connor, you would have me relinquish my claim on that land, the money from it. Oh, why didn't I see it? Miss Barbosa, Inez, would you accept the Quinn lands and the money we made from it?
What?
As the descendant of Eve O'Connor. Yep, great.
It was ill-got. It shouldn't be ours. And if it will satisfy Biddy O'Connor for her descendant to have it, will you take it? Please.
You are serious? Yes. I will accept it.
Biddy Eve O'Connor, from the bottom of my heart, I offer you my deepest apologies for all the wrong done to you. And my promise, the Quinn fortune will go to Inez Barbosa. She can do with it as she likes. I will relinquish every acre and every penny of it immediately. This I swear to you on my honor and my life.
And the life is the important part, because there's only so many of those left.
And if that's all that need be said, then I bid you goodbye, Biddy O'Connor, and thank you. May you rest in peace. Come, Miss Barbosa. We'll go to the telegraph room and send word to my lawyers so they can get the paperwork in order.
Lead the way, I suppose.
Barbosa's like, wow, that's cool. Well, this stuff just sort of happens out here in Ireland, I guess. What a welcome to the country.
You'll be needed too, Mr. Ward. To witness. Come along, would you?
Sure. All right. Fact uncovered. Oh, really?
I know this is a seance, but I did not expect to see a ghost quite so close. And for her to be my grandmother.
Yes. I am sure it is a lot to take in. But look, that hardly matters now. I'm going to write to my solicitor and have him prepare everything for you. All we will need then is to get the deeds to you. Now, you sign here to prove you accepted them. Then you here, Mr. Ward, as witness.
So you are serious? It was not a lie to trick the spirit.
Well, completely and utterly serious, Miss Barbosa. One does not trick ghosts and come off the better for it.
Yeah, she's already suffering the effects of the curse, right? Like, she doesn't really have a lot to lose at this point, and she is, I think, happy to give up almost anything in order to ensure that she and her sisters live.
Inês. Just call me Inês. All this, it's hard to comprehend.
Well, you have the rest of your life to get your head around it, Inez. And now, so do I. And if I am to call you that, then you must call me Quarantine. I've always hated Miss Quinn.
I see.
If you say so, Quarantine. Plenty of time to get familiar now, yes?
Isn't there just? But you know, I think I am done with summoning the damned. I'm going to skip the seance and do something I've not done for some time. Think about the future.
The future in which you are penniless? And have no source of income? The one where you just signed away literally everything you possess? That's, you have some thinking to do, I think.
Very good. And I now have my father's real name. Séamus O'Connor. As much as I value the lands and wealth, that is the real treasure in all of this.
Miss Quinn will no longer be attending the seance. We did it. Miss Quinn has removed the generational curse on her family by returning their lands and wealth to those they wronged. One left. One left. Can we get Barbosa done before 8 p.m.?
More.
Oh, so much more to do. Let's talk to you about Seamus. Now you know your father's real name. Yes, Seamus. Ironically, like the porter who annoys me so much. My mother said my father was also an annoying gringo. Cheeky, she said. But she said it with a twinkle in her eye. She never really let him go, I think. Now I know my grandmother's name too. Eve. I am Ines Eva Barbosa. A tribute to her, perhaps. For what she has done for me this day, I will certainly carry on as if that were true.
I have to be off.
Sure.
Alright, so what do we have to do now? Where are we here? Now we need to figure out how Miss Dean knows her. So, how do we figure that out? Gosh. How do we figure that out? Well, first things first, let's get a reflection in here.
Hello, Mr. Ward. How's the day treating you?
Pretty well.
With the ritual complete, am I to understand that the Quinn family is free of their curse?
And free of their monetary belongings as well. Free of many things.
I've instructed my solicitor to transfer all the deeds to Miss Barbosa. If Biddy O'Connor keeps her word, yes, I think it's done. Finally. Finally.
If I might ask, will you and your family be all right? Losing that much land and the money from it must mean you're losing most of your assets.
Oh, almost everything. We will be significantly poorer. There's no doubt about that. It will not be easy. But I have some renown as a poet. I'll find the money for my sister's dowries that way, and I will work for my living.
All right.
We are going to be okay. I will see to it. I got us this far, and I suppose you did too in the end. So, thank you, Mr. Ward. No, none of it will be easy, but it will be worth it. After all, for the first time in my life, I have a future.
I'll leave you be.
Farewell.
Actually, as long as I have you here, can I ask you about Barbosa? I have asked you about Barbosa. Let me ask you about Dean. Oh, you know, Irish, of a certain class, interested in mysticism. Most branches, rather than one particular. I don't know what she does these days, but when we met, she was hunting for ancient secrets and grimoires. But frankly, you'd do better asking someone else. Evelyn and I haven't been on speaking terms for some time. Right.
I'll leave you.
Farewell.
How does Miss Dean know Barbosa? All right, let's go find Cathal, who is hanging out in the bar now, I guess? All right, well, with that element resolved, I feel like we're probably pretty close on getting... Where do I think the bar is? I think the bar is here. On getting Barbosa's mystery resolved, which is the last mystery before the seance. So that's really cool that it actually all came together. If we can get this figured out. Hello, friend.
You again.
Don't you again me. I gave you your angel. Have you spoken to Miss Barbosa? Over breakfast once. She wanted to know if I was from nearby. She's interested in the local population records. I was offended to take a look at me and think I'd be interested in historical data. But she didn't care. She doesn't seem to give a damn if a person has money behind them or not. I admire that. I think Mr. O'Mara is trying to be Oscar Wilde. Like, he's a bit of a rake. He's, you know, trying to drop these, like, bon mots in conversation. He's trying to pretend he's above the movement of society. Alright, well, that didn't help. Have I asked you about Dean? I have asked you about Dean. How would I find out how Dean knows Barbosa?
I'll be off, Mr. O'Mara.
Don't let me keep you.
Maybe if I go back to Dean's room, there was something in Dean's room that I missed? Or maybe in Inez's room there's something that I missed? I don't know. This is starting to get tricky. Cause like I don't feel like I have a good lead here on finding out why the situation is what it is. Like I don't have a evidence to talk about to other people, right? And this isn't connected to anything else here. So there's got to be something that I've missed, but I don't know what or where. There. One's hidden behind a sigil. Nothing under the rug. Great. Yeah, okay, so nothing in here. I guess we check Barbosa's room one more time? Which room is Barbosa's? Here, off of the atrium. Darcy and Dupre in their own rooms. Not worrisome yet. Hopefully I won't need them. Anybody out here? Anybody gonna spot me going into Barbosa's room? Was there like a lockbox or something in here? There was, and I opened it. And it's still going to take my time if I look at the things. But I believe I've already looked at the things. If I go to records, and I go to documents. Miss McLeod's diary. Dupre. Maybe I didn't look at it? The only thing of note here, oh, is the dream stuff. The burial record. Travel documents. And a book. Arrived in Lisbon in June, worked our way up to Ireland over 3 months. Was in Ireland for about 6 weeks before the events. Nope, nothing here. Gosh, who else can I figure this out with? Who else would know? It's not like I can ask Dean. And asking Barbosa about Dean was... We didn't get much out of that. How does Miss Dean know Barbosa? Man, I almost feel like I need to ask for a hint about this. Like, there's not a in-game hint system. How else would I... Who else would I talk to about Barbosa? Montavani? Montavani maybe, Darcy maybe. Scarrett, there's no way. Joyce, there's no way. Where is Montavani? We don't know. Oh, the Grand Séance is in the hedge maze. Okay. Where else could I go? Where else could I go? Who else could I talk to? What items could I still bring up? Alright, maybe I just start asking you questions about other people. What do you know about the Blake family? What about Walter? Were you aware that Marquess Blake has a son? The boy in the paintings, yes? I don't suppose a child has much business being here. It is no wonder he is kept away from all of this. Like, I could just burn minutes asking Barbosa's opinion about random people, but that doesn't get me any deeper to why Dean knows her. Like, Katha was the one person that I had left that was like, okay, this person has interacted with Dean heavily in the past and would know more about Dean's interactions with people.
I have to be off.
Sure.
Maybe Quinn knows?
Hello, Mr. Ward.
Like, these are the two questions, yeah. Because I've talked to everybody about Dean. I haven't talked to Dupre about Dean. Is Dupre around? I think Dupre's in his room. That's not helpful.
I'll leave you be.
Yep, Dupre's in his room. Not helpful. The least helpful. I guess I could go back to the drawing room and see if anybody there has anything to help. Anything to say that would be helpful. I could, gosh. Where else could I find anything about Dean and Barbosa's relationship? Who else do I think would know anything about them? Remind me what you said about Dean. No more than I know you, but already I do not like her. She knows too much. She is a sneak to be watched.
I have to.
Sure.
How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbosa? It's not like I can ask Evelyn Dean about it. God, am I really in a position where I just have to wait until the... Have I done everything that I... Like, I don't want to burn time if there's something useful that I could be doing. But it kind of feels like there's not anything useful that I could be doing to figure this out until I get into the manor, until I have a way to talk with Walter, until, like... I don't know. But I kind of also feel... No. There has to be something I can do. There has to be something I can do. Because I am confident that I need to empty out the spectrometer before the silent dinner. I think that's where I'm at. Defenders of the national education system highlight that in the 60 years since it was established, we have seen an increase in national literacy rates, resulting in an almost 86% literacy rate. However, detractors of the program point out that the rise in these figures is heavily impacted by both the death toll of the famine and resultant mass immigration, both of which affected the poorer parts of society more than the richer, more educated ones. Furthermore, census data indicates a high volume of citizens, especially women, who can read but not write, a distinction not accounted for in the previously mentioned figure of 86%. Taking these elements into account, it is fair to say that literacy rates, especially when accounting for both reading and writing, fall well below this stated figure for the average citizen, and decline the further from Dublin one gets. Good thing all that information is in a newspaper, where all of the people who would not want to know about that can read it. Barbosa, what am I going to do about you? Did the drawing room have a drawing board for me to go back to? If only. This is my drawing board. I have gone back to it multiple times. The Recluse. Jonathan Blake. Oh, interesting. It shows him as, like, the same person. He shows up in the other mystery. That's weird. That's a weird thing that happens. Any other exclamation marks? Something I haven't read? No. Talk to Master Blake. More research on Seamus O'Connor. Maybe, but that doesn't come up as a thing for Barbosa anymore, right? Finally knows her late father's real name. So she's discovered the information about her late father. Well, some of the information about her late father. Yeah, alright. I guess maybe if we go back to research, there will be something there about Seamus. If we go into Irish history, maybe? Something will have been unlocked? I don't know. I didn't see anything get unlocked during that conversation, like during that whole spiel. The long interaction between Barbosa and Quinn. But yeah, none of this. The first of Ireland's 3 famines, crop and herd damage from the Great Freeze, resulted in massive shortages in milk and food. Records suggest that as high as 20% of the then population died. It was a higher proportion of lives lost than from the Great Famine nearly a century later. Yeah, I don't know where else I would look for information on Dean's relationship with Barbosa. Like, who else could we ask these questions? I've asked literally everybody except for Dupre about Dean. And I've asked anybody that would know Dean about Barbosa. And I don't really know where else to turn. I hate to say it, but I think at this point I would turn to a walkthrough. Like, I want to know more about... I want to know what my next step is. I mean, I don't want to actually look up a walkthrough because then I'll get spoiled on a bunch of other stuff, I'm sure. But, like, what else would be the next step here? Who else could we talk to? What other items could I look up? What other information is available as like a point of discussion? We know so little about what relationship Dean would have with Barbosa. But somehow that's... How does Miss Dean know Miss Barbosa? The only real place to look for information about Dean was Dean's room. And we've already got that resolved. That's fully managed. Do I have mods that do spoiler filter duty? Sometimes. Depends on who's around. Sometimes people are paying attention, sometimes they're not. Cryptomancer frequently does it. Darkstar sometimes. Closet? What else could we do? I feel like... I kind of feel like any additional information about Dean is going to be through Coventry, since we believe him to be the one who stole her away. I wonder if Barbosa is also going to be of that same bloodline. If that's, you know, why Eve was had such a powerful curse. So maybe Barbosa is of the same Milesian bloodline as Finn and Dean. I haven't asked you about Finn. Maybe let's ask you about O'Finn. I have asked you about O'Finn. Wow. I've done all the things, haven't I? Well, let's see if I can't get more information from you about stuff. I feel like I've asked you about a lot of stuff. You just happen to be visiting, or are you here for the Grand Séance? While it's a beautiful place, I'm not visiting just for the scenery, which is probably for the best considering this weather. No, if this séance will really lower the veil, as they say it will, there is someone on the other side I should like to speak with just once more. I see. God, what I would give to hear my Lillian again. What I have given. What I have given. What do you know about the Fae? Ah, perhaps we'd best not talk about them. For the sake of the superstitious guests, I mean. I don't want to upset anyone. I've heard talk that this manor is haunted. Have you seen anything of the type? Ah, well, I wouldn't like to call it a haunting until I'm absolutely certain, but sometimes I hear people talking before I walk into my room. There's no one there, of course, and it seems to be the same conversation each time. I can't make any of it out, really. They're probably just old pipes. Almost assuredly, yeah, just pipes, you know. That happens with pipes. Have you noticed anything strange happening around the manor? It's probably nothing you know. But sometimes I do think that there are more crows around here than there should be. Maybe this is what the Irish countryside is like, but it feels as if they are watching me. All of them. As mundane as it likely is, it is very unsettling. Oh, that's cute. The device in the atrium is a strange one, no? Everything here is strange to me, but yes, that one really stood out. I'm told it measures our readiness for the seance. How, I do not know. But now it is decreasing. Hope that isn't anything to worry about.
Good. And to you.
Alright, let's go research some crows. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe the crows know something about what's going on. I mean, the crows are related to Morrigan. So it's not like I'm expecting to find anything particularly new here when I research crows in Irish history, or in Irish mythology, or folklore. No crows? Okay. The 4 cycles of Irish mythology, huh? I guess I've already been through all this. World mythology? Vampires. Oh, okay, sure. Let's look up vampires. A lot of people have vampire books out. Undead humans who survive by draining the blood of the living. A common supernatural element in most European cultures. Examples include the Albanian Striga, Greek Vrikolakas, Romanian Strigoi, and Irish Abatak, probably? Abarak? Abek? The Irish Abertak was called a dwarf for its childlike proportions. Despite its anger and bloodthirst, its subjects were drawn to it, as if under a spell. They are nigh impossible to kill, being vulnerable only to wood from the yew tree. Even then, once killed, it needs to be buried upside down and weighed down with a stone of such a size that it would take at least 5 good men to move it. For these reasons, it is said that once a land is plagued by an Abertak, they are never to truly be free from it, that it will return to feed on generation after generation. Scary. Excuse me? Discussable with Walter? Huh? Seamus is discussable with Barbosa, and we've already done that. Okay. Well, that was maybe helpful, actually. Oh, flora and fauna is a section. That'll have crows. I could look up white heather. Heather is found in abundance across Scotland, especially in the drier heathlands. There are several types, though most common and therefore most iconic is common heather, also known as ling. Ling is typically a pink-purple color, but a much rarer variety of ling with white flowers is also to be observed growing in the region. White heather is associated with battles and conflict, but is thought to bring good luck to any who carry it. One common usage of white ling, with this superstition in mind, is its inclusion in bridal bouquets. There are many types of crow, this being species of bird within the Corvus genus. In common parlance, the word crow may refer to any one of them. Typically, crows are understood to be black, with long pointed beaks suitable for scavenging, as they are indeed carrion birds. Carrion birds live off dead flesh, and are abundant as crows in northern Europe. Their tendency to congregate around battlefields to eat the flesh of fallen soldiers has been the inspiration for many incidents of folklore and story. And they are now almost universally recognized to be symbolic of death. I see. And as agents of the Morrigan. Which, have we had the chance to look up the Morrigan? In Irish mythology, maybe? Not specifically. They're just one of the two Dudanan. Okay, well, that's not particularly helpful. Any of these I haven't read yet? This might have information about, yes. Crows are the symbol of the Morrigan. We have already looked at this. Alright, well, I am stuck enough and it's late enough that maybe we call it for the night, and I'll do a little casual searching between now and Sunday's stream to figure out what I can do with Barbosa, if anything. And then on Sunday we'll be able to clean up, I expect, because at that point there'll be nothing to do until the Séance. Or at least until the silent dinner when we go talk to Walter. Yeah, this was a packed stream. A lot in a short period of in-game time. But I think I'm willing to call it here for now, and we'll figure out the rest later. So do a manual save. And exit to the main menu. And I think I will do a little bit of looking up online to see if I can find anything about Barbosa and what the next step is. Because I don't want to miss anything. And if I know that I can't do anything about Barbosa, then my plan of action until the silent dinner is drastically different, right? Like, I'll be just talking to everybody about the Blakes, about Walter Blake, about that stuff, rather than trying, maybe in vain, to look up any more information about Barbosa and about Dean and Barbosa's relationship. Which, like, I don't even know how I would look up more information about Dean and Barbosa's relationship. Barbosa's not talking, and Dean is not around, and anybody who knows Dean has not deigned to comment. So, a little stuck, but we'll figure it out for next time.